Eu zic că putem începe. Mai întâi vă urez bună dimineața. Vorbim cu colegii care înțeleg în limba română. Îi felicit pe toți că participă la conferința ICESBA 2025. Vreau să adresez mulțumiri în mod special celor doi colegi sufletiști care au muncit, susținut și au permis organizarea conferinței ICESBA, doamna profesoară Elena Gurgu, colega noastră cea bună, și domnul profesor George Lăzăroiu, hărnicus și muncitor ca totdeauna, și să avem mult succes la lucrările conferinței de astăzi. Acum să-i salutăm și pe profesorii din străinătate și să le adresăm câteva cuvinte. Good morning, everybody, dear colleagues, professors and researchers. Good morning, all of you. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. It is my great pleasure, on behalf of Faculty of Economic Sciences, Spiru Haret University of Bucharest, to welcome you to the International Conference ICESBA 2025. Artificial intelligence, driven trends in management, marketing, accounting, business economics, and law. We are fortunate to have the support of great professors from many countries, whom I hope you will get to meet online during this conference. May you have a very successful conference day today, and tomorrow we shall see more presentation from our colleagues. Tomorrow there are 4 panels, and we shall see more interesting presentations. The panels are Panel 1, Management and Business Innovation in AI-Driven Economy. Panel 2, Marketing Strategies and Consumer Trends in All AI Economy. Panel 3, Accounting and Legal Frameworks in the Age of AI. And Panel 4, Technology and International Business Dynamics. I wish you to have a nice day, and please stay with us for the International Conference in ICESBA 2025. Hope you could see the banner on the screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. And my computer is very slow. I'm very sorry. I put on the screen the evolution of accounting job in the age of AI. So, dear colleague, I would like to present you today our paper that we prepared for this conference. I was working on this paper with our dear Professor Maria Antonie, Vice Rector for Research at Spiru Haret University and the Director of Central Institute for Scientific Research. It is my pleasure to present you today our findings, because this paper explores the impact of automation and artificial intelligence on the field of accounting. Also, we observe the evolution of accounting jobs in the age of AI, because it's an important topic and it's a big concern for all the accountants all over the world. Artificial intelligence and emerging technologies are transforming the accounting profession all over the world, and artificial intelligence in accounting, we think, can improve accuracy and efficiency for financial reporting in order to reduce the error, save time, of course, and lower administrative costs. As artificial intelligence and automation technology advance rapidly, they are transforming traditional accounting practices, shifting the role of accountants from routine, repetitive tasks for more strategic, value-added services in accounting. So the future of accounting profession is related to technological change, robotics and automation, big data, networks, and cybersecurity, which are anticipated to driving business transformation. We notice that the last decades have witnessed rapid advances in artificial intelligence and big data with significant implications for businesses and public administration. This paper is analyzing digital accounting with significant implications for business and accountants in public and private administration as well. And this is why International Accounting Standard Board has established its credibility, issuing new accounting standards for digitization and new technologies to assist practitioners in their growing use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We know that artificial intelligence has rapidly transformed several industries, including accounting, and redefining accounting careers. Since artificial intelligence is becoming the essential technologies for the future, the role of accountants is evolving in the super smart society that we know and is developing around us. The integration of artificial intelligence in the accounting enhances processes like financial reporting, fraud detection, and cost analyzing by automating labor, intensive tasks, and providing real-time and data-driven insights. The rising popularity of artificial intelligence has made many accountants to feel unsure about the ways in which their profession will be affected. Artificial intelligence, of course, can help humans complete such summarizing longer documents for easy overriding. In our opinion, the artificial intelligence will automate certain accounting jobs for efficiency, reshaping and transforming the accounting profession. I prepare for you some interesting information about top fastest growing jobs in accounting and artificial intelligence technology. Big data specialist is on the top position, followed by tech engineers, artificial intelligence and machine learning specialists, software and application developers, security management specialists, data warehousing specialists, and others. The evolution of jobs will be a significant change in the next few years because most of the accounting functions are replaced by digital technology as artificial intelligence assistant takes over routine tasks and significantly boosts productivity. With the automation of data collection, processing, and analyzing, artificial intelligence can conduct many aspects of the more daunting data, wrangling tasks typically handled by junior accounting staff. Also, we could observe the fast declining jobs. There are traditional jobs that no more exist in the present or the near future. On the top position, we can observe the postal services clerks, bank clerks, financial clerks, data entry clerks, junior level, cashier and ticket clerks. We can observe that most of the banks are closing the branches and small agency because most of internet banking is performing online. Also, declining jobs are for administrative assistant and executive secretaries, accounting, bookkeepers, and payroll clerks. These jobs are on not demand anymore. Future accounting jobs will require professionals to understand the basics of coding and programming. Accounting jobs in the near future may look more like those data scientists and data engineers because the accountant's role will evolve as artificial intelligence becomes more integrated into our work days. Now the accountants are working many hours online to prepare financial reporting and to put all the financial reporting on the platforms and the other website. Artificial intelligence can automate certain accounting tasks, making accountants more efficient and giving them time to focus more on analysis, advisory, and strategic making decision. We determine 6 steps to help prepare and future-proof our accounting career. First, embrace new technologies, then data literacy, then tools proficiency, continuous learning, of course, communication skills, and obtaining professional certification. In 2024, the SAGE research ranked a large-scale survey of people in the accounting industry, and more than half worry they don't have the right skills as the industry evolves. And 41% want to dedicate more time to upskilling themselves or others in their team. So 89% of our survey respondents said the automating process would fit up more time for accountants. Nowadays, most of the businesses are preparing for future sustainability disclosures and committing to transparency and accountability in order to improve their businesses and making the risk of sustainability. Recently, political and policy influencers interact closely with business influencers in a two-way fashion, whereas societal actors have engaged with political and policy and business influencers in one-way stream. In this way, every company must not only deliver financial performance, but also show how it makes a positive contribution to the society. The advent of artificial intelligence in accounting is not a threat, but an opportunity for the professional in the field to evolve and thrive. By embracing artificial intelligence technologies, all the accountants can streamline their workflows, enhance accuracy, and elevate their roles or to the strategic advisor and ethical overseers. Conclusion. In our research, we identified how artificial intelligence has rapidly transformed several industries, and the world of accounting is not an exception. While the artificial intelligence can automate tasks, it cannot replace the expertise, judgment, and of course, human interaction that accounting professionals bring to the table. Many times in the professional life, a discussion between a client and an accountant could be very useful. As artificial intelligence continues to shape the accounting landscape, accounting professionals will remain indispensable in guiding organizations towards financial success and ethical responsibility in the brave new world of finance technology. Thank you for your attention.
Mulțumim. Foarte interesant.
Thank you. I was trying to do my best. I promise next time will be better.
Mulțumim.
Now we would like to listen another speaker, if it is possible. If one of our colleagues is ready to prepare. Our colleague Dragoș Ungureanu is here. Can you please say something for us?
Of course, I'm prepared. Yes, thank you.
But we have a question first from Professor Repla.
I'm waiting.
I'm so sorry. I didn't understand how you will collect the questions. Maybe at the end of the session, it's better than interfere with the presentation. So I keep my question for you at the end of the presentations. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
1 second, please. Is it okay? Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the paper that I have prepared for today, the title of the article is "Boosting Startups and Innovation in Trustworthy Artificial Intelligence." And I will start by saying that it's clearly that artificial intelligence has permeated our lives, transforming how we live and work. And over the past few years, rapid and a disruptive acceleration of progress in AI has occurred, and driven by significant advances in data availability and computing power, and also in machine learning. This innovation has given rise to what is known as general purpose of AI. So I will focus more on the generative AI, and I will try on the following to explain what it means and what it really is. So generative AI applications such as, and I recall the first applications back in 2014, 15, 16, such as ChatGPT, GitHub, Copilot, Stable Diffusion, and others, have captured the imagination of people around thanks to their broad utility. So almost anyone can use them to communicate and create, and have the ability to conversate with a user. So generative AI is general technology that is accessible, powerful, and adaptable to a vast range of uses, from health to smart cities, and from meteorology to space and military uses. So it has the potential to revolutionize human-machine interaction and enhance productivity across value chains and organizational functions, laying the foundation for economic activities. So it's clear that the use of generative AI is estimated to create business value equivalent to 2.4 to 4 trillion euros per year.
Să derulați și slide-urile, domnul profesor.
It's not working?
Nu, a rămas pagina, it's not working, just the page 1.
Okay, I see.
Much better.
Okay. Moving to the next slide. EU strategic framework, and we have no doubts that the speed at which generative AI technology is developing isn't making this task any easier. And the European Union has a fast-growing and a very vibrant startup ecosystem, with over 600 startups focused on generative AI, of which a third engaged in model development. However, they do not yet have sufficient access to the investment they need to be able to train their models and to scale up their activities to become globally competitive. And a major asset is the European approach to artificial intelligence. This means a focus on AI that is trustworthy, reliable, and accessible and works for people. Also by respecting fundamental rights, democracy, and security, reflecting EU values and trusted by business and consumers. And in this respect, the Union has adopted in June 2024, so last year, a regulation laying down harmonized rules on AI, which is called the AI Act, and is the world's first comprehensive regulatory framework for trustworthy artificial intelligence. And of course, there are many challenges, and to overcome those challenges and exploit its assets, it is vital to strengthen the European Union's tech landscape and ensure its global competitiveness. And in all the areas that I have listed below on this slide. Let's check a little bit on the impact of generative AI. So generative AI is a step change in the evolution of artificial intelligence, and as companies rush to adapt and implement it, understanding the technologies in potential to deliver value to the economy and to society will help, of course, by shaping critical decisions. And we have used here two complementary lenses to determine where generative AI, its current capabilities, could deliver the biggest value and how big the value could be. So we define a use case as a targeted application of generative AI to a specific business challenge, resulting in one or more measurable outcomes. For example, a use case in marketing in the application of generative AI to generate creative content such as personalized emails, the measurable outcomes of which potentially include the reductions in the cost of generating such content and increases in revenue from the enhanced effectiveness of higher quality content at scale. So we identified 63 generative AI use cases spanning 16 businesses functions that could deliver total value in range of, as I mentioned before, 2.6 trillion to 4.4 trillion in economic benefits annually. That would add from 15 to 40% to the 11 trillion to 17, almost 18 trillion of economic value that we now estimate non-generative artificial intelligence and analytics could unlock. So we see here a huge potential. Moving to the next slide. Generative AI, it's clear that have an impact on most businesses' functions. However, just few stand out when measured by technology's impact as a share of functional cost. And the analysis of the 16 businesses' functions identified just 4 customer operations, marketing and sales, software engineering, and research and development. So those 4 that could account approximately for 75% of the total annual value from generative AI. Generative AI has the potential to generate 2.6 trillion to 4.4 trillion annually in value across industries. Its precise impact will depend on a variety of factors such as the mix and importance of different functions, as well as the scale of an industry revenue. So this graphic shows the fields with high and low impact of generative AI. The next slide, investing in generative AI startups and scale-ups. We can see here two graphics. One related to global distribution of generative AI players between 2009 and 2024. And also the total amount expressed in millions of euros of venture capital related to generative AI received by EU country between 2009 and 2024. Today, more than 90% of the worldwide venture capital investment in AI, which shot up from 2.7 billion euros in 2022 to 24 billion euros in 2023, and is done in the United States, even though China leads with the highest share of players and activities. So we can see here a huge increase from 2022 to 2023, a huge increase in value, and also we can observe how fast this is growing. European generative AI startups face a lot of challenges in securing funding, especially with venture capital investment in US company, which is significantly higher, as shown in the graphic. And in the second graphic, we can clearly see that Germany and France have attracted sizable amounts of venture capital over time, but more investment is needed to foster and further develop an EU and an European Union ecosystem of generative AI. The next slide, control of foreign generative AI players. Here we try to explore this topic by focusing on the global ultimate owner
Nu se mai aude. Cred că a pierdut.
Da, cred că a pierdut conexiunea.
Nu-i nimic.
Cred că își revine, să mai așteptăm puțin. I think that Dragos lost the connection with us, but we'll still wait for it to recover. I will call Dragos. Just let me call him, because I have the same situation in my institution. The internet is not going, so I'm making hotspot throughout my phone to keep the conference going. It's a problem with the internet connection, I think, today. I'm going to call Dragos. And to ask him to make a hotspot. And
I suggest to invite another colleague to present.
Let me ask Dragos if he wants to present,
Okay.
and after that it's okay. Dragos, nu mai ai conexiune la net. Noi nu te mai auzim de mult. De mult, adică de vreo câteva minute, 2-3 minute să zic. Uite, sunt cu colegii aici. Încearcă să faci hotspot de pe telefon. Și nici eu nu am, să știi, astăzi net de la instituție. Pur și simplu, prima zi din an în care n-am net. Adică ceva... Și eu sunt tot așa, hotspot de pe telefon. Da, încearcă să se conecteze. Our colleague is trying to connect again because he was speaking alone, not knowing that we are not going to listen to him. And he's trying to make a hotspot. And Dragos, I think it's here again with us. Dragos, can you hear us?
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm encountering some connection issues, but okay.
It's okay. It's okay. You can go on now.
Okay.
Thank you.
As I was saying, the US has a significant lead in the ownership of foreign generative AI players, holding 24% of foreign-owned generative AI players, pointing to its strong AI research and development ecosystem. So, as shown in this graphic, the EU holds the second largest share of foreign-owned generative AI players, signaling investment in generative AI enterprises abroad. Japan follows the EU. China, despite being a major player in the global AI economy, has a relatively small share of foreign generative AI players with only 2%. And finally, 12% of all EU generative AI players are foreign-owned. China owns only 5% of foreign-owned EU generative AI players. In comparison, 14% of EU-owned foreign generative AI players are Chinese. I have tried with this graphic to show a little bit the distribution of generative AI in the world. The next slide containing two graphics which show the foreign ownership of EU players and which EU countries own foreign players. And this is a result from a joint research center data survey which provide information about which foreign countries control players in the EU, in the European Union countries. So first graphic shows that the US owned the largest share of foreign-owned EU players, 49%, followed by Japan, 13%, UK 11%, Switzerland 7%, and China 5%. The next, the second paragraph, zooming on the EU, it's clear that Germany owns the highest proportion of players abroad, followed by France, Sweden, and Netherlands. And similarly, this graphic shows where in the EU foreign-owned players are located. And Germany owns a majority of foreign-owned players, followed by Sweden and France. Of course, it's vital to attract investment in European AI startups. It's crucial for accelerating the development of advanced AI solutions, and the collaboration between investors and these startups holds the key to unlocking new possibilities and driving the next wave to technological breakthroughs. And this is why the European Commission is putting in place financial instruments to support those startups' efforts. And soon the Commission will launch a new instrument. It is called Generative AI for EU, which is a landmark initiative to stimulate the uptake of generative AI across the Union's strategic industrial ecosystem. Moving to next slide, which is the slide with my conclusions regarding this paper. As a first conclusion, for all of us, it's clear that the development of generative AI is of a great significance due to its potential for transformative social and economic impact. But the integration of generative AI could have a profound impact on traditional industries by revolutionizing processes and encouraging the emergence of novel business models. Generative AI has the potential to transform industries across the European Union, acting as a critical driver of innovation and economic transformation. And by leveraging advanced algorithms and data-driven insights, generative AI could help by not only optimizing existing processes, but also creating new business models that may challenge traditional paradigms. And as shown in the graphic here, in 2024, last year, Eurostat showed that the use of AI technologies among EU enterprises increased over the previous year with substantial differences based on company size. And this is reflected in all AI technologies, therefore including generative AI, as well as in different economic activities, as large companies where 41% are using AI lead the uptake compared to about 21% of medium-sized enterprises and 11% of small enterprises. So large companies, it's clear that could gain a competitive advantage, improving their efficiency and decision making, while smaller companies may find it harder to keep up the pace, potentially increasing the gap between them in the market. And my last slide. I have identified a few strategic opportunities through which European Union can enhance its positioning in the generative AI domain by capitalizing on several strategic opportunities. And as you can see on the slide, I lost it again.
We can hear you. It's okay.
Okay. So last slide with my final conclusions. As I was saying, some strategic opportunities through which EU can enhance its positioning in the generative AI, and these are ethical and trustworthy artificial intelligence. So this is one of the EU keys differentiators, is that by committing to ethical and trustworthy AI, so the region has been proactive in developing regulatory frameworks that prioritize data, privacy, security, and ethical considerations. Second is collaboration and ecosystem building, and the European Union emphasis on collaboration and ecosystem building presents significant growth opportunities. Then focus on specific markets and applications. And here the EU can leverage its diverse industrial base to focus on niche markets and applications where generative AI can have a transformative impact. And alongside with challenges and barriers, of course, which are the fragmented market and regulation. While the EU single market should be the reference area for the generative AI development, remaining internal barriers may pose challenges for its adoption and for scaling this business. Also, we can lack investment and funding gaps, as shown previously compared to the US and China. It's clear that the European Union faces challenges in attracting investment and funding for generative AI initiatives. And then talent and skills shortage. A vibrant environment to attract talent in the generative AI field is a significant element that can facilitate the EU's competitive standing. And last but not least, the market dynamics and contestability. Some current market dynamics may influence the structure of generative AI markets while modifying its future competitive landscape. So depending on economic conditions, such as resource constraints, access to markets, and technological developments may emerge and may reduce the presence of active competitors. And as a final remark of my presentation, it's clear and without any doubt that generative AI has the potential to transform industries across European Union and acting as a critical driver of innovation and economic transformation. And by leveraging advanced algorithms and
I'll call Dragos again because he lost the connection again. Da. Dragos, să intri din nou, te rog. Te-ai deconectat și acum te auzi din nou, gata.
Și să ne spuneți concluziile, că a expirat timpul și mai sunt și alți profesori.
I have already expressed my conclusions, but while my connection was lost, so I will not prolong my presentation since I'm encountering problems. I'm encountering issues with my connections. So thank you for listening to my presentation, even though I've been disrupted by my weak signal.
I think that Professor Epure wants to address a question to you.
Dear Dragos, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I would like to know, maybe you have extra information regarding to strategic positioning of Romania on this issue. I mean, there are some kind of future strategic approaches related to fiscal, let's say, fiscal support for those generative AI companies, startups. Do you think that is needed a strategy? Do you know that is something on this sense is preparing? Because I have seen yesterday evening an EU broadcasting session with the Ministry of Finance from Kazakhstan. And they are discussing about how much they intended to support the unicorns and the startups that are dealing with AI in Kazakhstan. So let's say, what do you know about this? What do you anticipate?
Can you hear us, Dragos?
I don't think he can hear because he has a very bad internet connection. So I propose to move on.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Professor
Indeed, sorry, I have a very weak signal here. I don't know what is happening, but I could understand the half of the question, and I've got your point, and I think Romania has improved a lot. Just remember a few years back with our Ion robot intervention. which was
yes, I remember.
yes,
Yeah.
it was not a long time ago, but from that point on, I think Romania moved a lot in this regard, and Romania holds a middle position in the AI landscape, especially in the Eastern Europe. We are open to innovation, but it's clear that we are still hindered by a lack of knowledge and clear strategies, and we still miss some digital skills. Hopefully we are recuperating in the next. We will be recuperating this position in the next few years, because the last 2 years things have started to move on a bigger pace than before. That's at least my view on that.
Thank you, Professor Dragoș Ungureanu. And I think that Professor Iepure wants to address a question also to Professor Ionescu.
Yes, dear colleague, I would like to ask you if you have some information from inside of our professional body regarding the ethics of AI integration in the accounting profession. I understand that is not the main topic of your paper, but however, it's something that need to be considered.
Well, I'm very sorry, I have no information about ethical in artificial intelligence. Did not study this topic. Next time, sorry.
Yeah, next time. It's going to be a topic for next year. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Professor Ionescu, and thank you, Professor Iepure. And I think that now is the turn of Professor George Lăzăroiu to present us his paper. When you're ready, Professor George.
Well, I'm ready, but I think Professor Iepure wrote here in the chat that she's gonna present her paper for tonight.
Okay.
I'm so sorry to interfere. Actually, I am concerned about the connectivity as well. I don't know why is happening such a thing. I am in a public institution as well, so I will try to manage to have my presentation. I had my phone just to be prepared in case of the connectivity will be lost. So with your permission, I would like to say good morning to all of you. And please allow me to thank you to the organizational team that have been so effortless in making this event possible. A big thank you to all of you. So my presentation of today, please allow me to share my screen, is about the impact of AI on, let's say, maybe you see my screen?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. So
Yes,
my topic is about the AI impact on human capital development, which is a topic is very much related, this topic, with what he said, our previous speakers, about the need to reskill or to have new competencies, to acquire new competencies in this huge development of AI. It's boosting in all the areas. So therefore, I will start talking about the role of AI in reshaping workforce skills and training, because it's really important to be adapted to the new technologies. Therefore, I have looked on several, let's say, several databases, and I tried to identify how many papers have been published since 2020, in the past 5 years, let's say, on this topic. Looking at Web of Science, I realized that there are only 247 papers indexed in Web of Science, of which the 3/3 of them are in the last 2 years. The other major database is about Scopus. The topic have been seen in around 265 documents have been published in this and indexed in Scopus, talking about this impact of AI on human capital, which is really important for any companies. So what is the real deal here? It's about the need of workforce adaptability, which is really important because without good adapting skills, the workforce will have problems in integrating their AI tools in daily work. So looking at the results published recently in the of the Pan-European survey, AIM Work survey. It is an analysis of impacts of artificial intelligence and algorithmic management in workplace, which have interrogated 70,316 individuals across 27 EU member states. And the data have been collected in late 2024 and early 2025. This survey have revealed 3 major trends in work environment changes. I'm talking about digital monitoring, algorithmic management, and platformization of work. When we are talking about platformization in the as a concept, it's about increasing use of digital platforms for coordinating work processes in an algorithmic way. It can be linked to these 3 interconnected and growing phenomena. The pervasive use of digital tools at work, because no one is working now without a computer, without a phone or a tablet. Digitally monitoring of the work activity, and algorithmic allocation of human resources at work. So looking at the results of this study, 24% of EU workers have their working time allocated automatically, of which Romania is cited alongside with Spain, Poland, Ireland, those countries have the highest rates of algorithmic management. So I'm not going in details related to this new concept, algorithmic management, but I would like to stress some facts related to digital revolution that reshapes the world of work. Especially because it's have major changes in how work is organized, monitored, and coordinated. So let's have a look to this graph, which is extracted from Fernandez and Macias et al. In 2025 published, and you can see how the domain is shaping and how the main vector of change are acting. So let's say in institutions, employment regulation, industrial relation, platformization seems to be quite significant seems to become quite significant. So to conclude from this survey, which is a extended one, we need to think to new skills that are related to AI adoption, which means an improvement in human capital. We need to have new learning experience which have been changed from the previous ones, and of course companies are advised to invest much more in training and of course this work automation to be related directly into increasement of productivity. Actually, I'm exploring in parallel also the impact of AI on human productivity as well, but it's going to be another topic, maybe the next year conference, our next year conference. So how about effectiveness in training? Let's say that they are the learning experience is continuous changing, is continuous on change. I could give you an example. A Coursive learning platform is about delivering 50 minutes learning experience in the domain of AI. So you can learn in 50 minutes podcasts what is about AI, and let's say young generation is not having enough time, or they are not enough patient to learn in a traditional way. So we can say that generative AI can raise labor productivity while fundamentally altering the work processes. So we need to change our mindset regarding this, and of course we need to establish this mindset changing by saying that BICS and all in 2024 publication estimate that generative AI could plausibly grow labor productivity by between 0.1 to 0.9 at the current level of usage. You may think that is less, but let's see how things are evolving, because we are not saying that people are, workers are prepared to embrace what is about what is new about AI tools as assistance to current working days. So I pointed three main routes to investigate. I mean, the importance of digital literacy, which is a very well-known topic and was discussed over the years. The role of lifelong learning is more present today when it's about these rapid and dynamic changes in the world of labor. And of course, we need to project the skills for future skills. Let's say I have seen in our colleague Dragos, or maybe no, in Luminica paper, that she is referring to the future of jobs, which is a report annually published by World Economic Forum. And it's quite nice to see the prediction that they are offering us each year. So that could be an opportunity to adapt our curricula to these new changes and embrace the preparation of young generation for the future of jobs. So let's have a look the trends in the reskilling and workforce development. You can have here percentages. It seems that the importance of reskilling is high, 78%. Training and programs for AI is higher, and future job opportunities much higher. So it seems that we need to address these different aspects. So I don't know exactly how much time I had for my presentation, around 10 minutes or...
It's okay. Okay, you are in the right spot.
Okay, I hope that I will be on time by the end. EU statistics, the second part of my paper is referring to EU statistics on AI adoption and the major trends. So let's have a look to the impact of workforce skills, and that means the rise of AI. It's involved shift in workforce skills. So let's say you have here two graphs talking about the workforce, the impact on workforce skills, and let's say statistics on AI utilization in the past 5 years. So you have also the references from which I took this information, and what is really relevant, the use of digital tools, let's say in the right part of the screen graph. Communication platforms is higher, is 65%, as well as office softwares, which have been implemented quite successfully over the pandemic time. People have been working remotely. So the companies have invested a lot in these management platforms, allowing them to monitor the workload of each employee. What we can say more about the employment shift due to the AI integration. So we face a changing job landscape across EU. We need consistent strategies for the workforce adaptation. And we need to be aware of skills gap and the training needs. So I think in this area, universities could play a major role, because we can identify through our research what are the skills gaps, and maybe to offer to the companies, let's say, tailored or customized kind of training seminars, short, maybe 1 day training seminar regarding to this upskilling area. So we need to look also the trends in the employment, and let's have a look to this graph. Romania, unfortunately, it is at the end of the line. Unfortunately, regarding the enterprising that are using AI technology, it was statistics, comparative statistics between 2023 and 2024. Look the average of EU and look at Romania positioning on this graph. It's unfortunately demotivating. Maybe it's time to do a major change. That's why I ask if you know about the government work related to a national strategy incorporating the AI shift in world of work. So EU statistics are not so, let's say, very encouraging. Well, I'm not going to go in deep on this predicted job displacement, because I have seen this topic already presented in Luminița's paper, but I just want to point it the four trends that I have spotted. First of all, we have, we need to look at vulnerable occupation, which can be displaced by AI. Let's say job market, how it will evolve. We have some data coming from Dragoș's paper. So when it comes about economic implication of job loss, or maybe social implication, we need to explore in deep such a trend, because we need to offer, as a society, as a community, we need to offer alternatives to these people that have been displaced from their current job position because of AI autonomous agents, let's say. So we need a strong policy intervention. So that's why I ask the positioning of Romania from a policy perspective or strategic perspective, because it is a real need. How about the impact of AI on human capital? I have used also the EU Eurostat statistics, and let's say I identify that future skills requirement is going to be a major percentage of the total. In AI integration in services is really a fact because we are talking now with chatbots. Most of the time, if we are addressing a question to services providers like Orange or other. So when it comes about current adoption of AI at the EU level, the percentage is rather low. So I'm not going to go through the third part of my paper because the time is ticking, the clock is ticking, the time is very short, but I would like to invite you to read my paper and go along me with the long-term predictors for AI influence on labor market, because it's going to be a major changes on the labor market. So the conclusion is AI will have an impact, a major impact on human capital. I mean, people will evolve from the perspective of their skills, their competencies, and the future is lifelong learning, because we need to keep update with all changes that are coming over us, because AI is evolving skyrocketing, if I say. So I'm pretty much available for questions if there are. I hope that I keep my time.
Thank you, Professor Iepure. If there is anyone who wants to address a question to Professor Iepure, please proceed. George, do you have? Dragos, please.
Yes,
Can you hear us, Dragos?
Yes. Yes, I have a question. Thank you. Thank you for your interesting presentation, as always. I wanted to reverse back to you the same question that you have addressed to me until you have shown us Romania's positioning in the ranking. But now I will try to detail my question by asking you, where do you see the bottlenecks, the limitations of this weak positioning from the Romanian's perspective?
Well, in my view, I think the policymakers, Romanian policymakers, didn't establish until now, in the past 35 years or so, 40 years almost, they didn't have priorities in strategic view, in their strategic view. Each government, each change at the political perspective have had their own priorities. They didn't keep something for the long term. So a strategy is about acting on long term, not acting each 4 years we need to jump to another kind of strategy, which is very much in the favor of Romania, because we are, let's say, in some areas, we are behind Bulgaria. So I'm not saying that we are the last ones, but we are losing the start, I could say. So let's think how things will evolve later on, and maybe we will see some kind of priority, long-term priority for the Romanian policy makers, let's say. I hope to see it, because until now I didn't see a relevant strategy in the field of AI. Let's say that supporting companies, innovators, supporting, educational institution in providing programs, training programs, or maybe study programs with a major focus on AI. So if we are looking at the results of another kind of ranking, which is Tortua's ranking of AI adoption across the world, so they look at 87 countries in 2024. Unfortunately, my data for 2025 are missing for now. In 2024, they said from 87 countries, Romania is ranking around 50, the fifth position, which is almost in the middle, but it's not so good because we can do better. So they are referring of AI adoption in companies. We don't have a national survey regarding these aspects. Maybe it's time to do it. Or maybe our agency for quality assurance in education will take action, seeing what kind of study programs are more appropriate for the future of jobs, let's say. I don't know if I answered to your question more or less, but it's really relevant for all of us because we are still in the educational business.
Yes, a very detailed response. Thank you. And it's clear that policy makers don't take it seriously and don't see the added value of this field. Thank you.
Thank you again for the questions. I hope the debate will be more vivid later on. Thank you.
Thank you both of you. And now I think our colleague, Professor George Răzăroiu, is ready to present his paper. Raluca, you can project the presentation of Professor Răzăroiu if you are ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena Raluca. My paper covers a subsequent topic in relation to what has already been presented. That is how generative artificial intelligence is used in work processes and labor productivity so that it creates job loss, but also job creation. So I have considered a research background for this paper. It integrates connected and interoperable agentic AI systems, and they are best correlated with multi-step tasks, and then with big data-based organizational workflows and management pipelines that can reduce operational costs and unemployment rates while driving business value creation and productivity gains. The purpose of this article is to refer to collaborative enterprise Internet of Things and the sluggish hiring environments that need computer vision-based task automation and augmentation technologies, as thus personalized human resource support can be streamlined, and such outcomes also lead to economic growth. The methods for this research were, first of all, I inspected a large database, Design Rush, integrating like 40,000 agencies, more than that, and covering 50 plus categories. There are a lot of cutting-edge topics. These database integrates, such as web design, marketing, and development sectors. Then I configured the table, accumulating the first 100 generative AI companies developing technologies that produce new content from existing data. I then organized them according to their rating. As you will see, there is 5. That is, that company is excellently integrated in relation to some other cutting-edge technologies, digital twins, Internet of robotic and manufacturing things, extended reality, immersive metaverse technologies, and so on. Then I examined how enterprise AI and workflow automation systems can foster productivity, workplaces, and career trajectories. Then I appraised generative AI agentic systems that can develop multi-agent workflow automation processes. This project was coordinated the Curtin University in Perth, Australia. There is a lab for advanced AI, and thus I can use predictive and generative AI technologies just to identify direct job mobility and career role prospects, and then of course talent pipeline and in-demand skill development associated with the companies, with in fact the fields those companies cover. The findings and the value added to the mainstream literature are that occupational AI and computer vision technologies impact predictions with regard to work activity automation and augmentation in terms of job loss, labor productivity, and wage raising or lowering. And after inspecting the 100 companies harnessing generative AI, I configured 3 main topics. The first of them is generative AI-based industrial robotic technologies and autonomous decision-making systems for algorithmic organizational performance, decision-making, and behaviors. The second topic is generative AI augmented human resource decision algorithms for increasing labor demand and productivity and monitoring employee performance. And the third topic was generative AI digital twin-based business, enterprise, and factory operations for job replacement and massive layoff prediction. And after inspecting all the data provided by these 100 generative AI-based companies, I performed an analysis of operations carried out by them. So, first of all, labor market automation and augmentation tools transform skill requirements and restructure creative management. Then robotic manufacturing and virtual machine systems predict and build digitally enabled productivity force combinations and sustainable development in economic models. And then knowledge sharing and management tools support collective mechanisms of power structures and organizational knowledge for creative productivity. So these are the companies I inspected. As I said, all of them develop technologies, produce unique content from existing data. And as I indicated in the title, a lot of jobs are created, but much more jobs are to be lost. And we have here various operations these companies perform, for example, in terms of leveraging AI, blockchain, and Internet of Things, or having innovative mobile apps helping businesses across industries increase efficiency, engagement, and sales, or for services in web design and development, for example. Other companies transform businesses with the power of AI and machine learning, or are specialized in agile software development, or provide tailored web and app development for emerging startups and established enterprises, or even innovative and cost-effective software development services. As you can see, we are now down to 4.9. That is, these companies are not so much integrated in the cutting-edge technologies, but anyway, they transform startups, or they're specialized in custom-made solution development. They also provide computer vision algorithms, or cloud solutions, or workflow automation, in addition to design and development consultancy. These companies, well, coming down, we see that deliver robust software solutions, or help solopreneurs speed up the market with software engineered for revenue, or they provide tailored digital solutions, but this time from platform integrations or self-service portals. Now, this category of companies can create AI, VR, or AR software solutions for advertising, entertainment, marketing, health, and training, or helps clients step by step from whipping up an MVP to going viral on LinkedIn, or even they are specialized in end-to-end AI integration. Well, this set of companies typically provide top AI developers and custom solutions built with GPT-4, Claude, Gemini, and LLAMA, or provide digital experiences through UI, UX design from SaaS to AI, or from B2B to B2C, or develop app strategies and launch mobile apps. These companies typically are specialized in custom LLMs, or they excel in desktop, web, and mobile app development, or they are specialized in cloud or Mac architectures, DevOps, automation, or they combine strategy, product design, and some other services by integrating such technologies. Well, these companies typically are specialized in mobile app and web development, or they encompass the entire software development life cycle of web and mobile apps in terms of premium mobile app development and AI-powered software solutions. And of course, they are also specialized in business analysis and software testing. Now we are coming down to 4.8. These companies typically help in envisioning, building, and optimizing digital products, or they focus on mobile apps and custom AI chatbots, or they provide software development services specialized in delivering customized solutions. Well, these companies, as you can see, their grade is coming down to 4.7. So they typically offer innovative tailored web, software and mobile app development services, or they envision and craft innovative digital solutions by mobile and publishing app development, or they provide advanced products ranging from mobile apps to AI-enhanced software solutions. Now we have the final set of selected companies. So they typically provide end-to-end software engineering, or design and build user-centric software products, or design and specific business lines by integrating custom software development. Or they typically build mobile cloud web and Salesforce solutions. I have a short conclusion at this research paper. That is to prevent job loss. The most important thing would be that typically independent contractors attend specialized classes in developed generative AI tools, and thus they can identify permanently new jobs or even professions on the market. As otherwise, there is high risk that this gap enlarge, and thus they cannot integrate in the labor market. That's my paper. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them all.
Thank you, George. Professor George Lazaroiu is teaching also at Kathleen University from Perth, Australia, to Toronto Metropolitan University from Canada, and Cardiff Metropolitan University from UK. If there is anyone who wants to address a question to Professor George Lazaroiu, please proceed. If not, we are ready to close this first part of presentations from Romanian speakers, keynote speakers, and to proceed to the following one. There is anyone who wants to address a question to Professor Lazaroiu? If not, allow me to make a presentation for foreign keynote speakers, for our distinguished guests. So good morning, everyone. Distinguished leadership of Spiru University and our foreign organizers, distinguished leadership of our faculty, esteemed international keynote speakers, honored invited international and Romanian speakers, respected professors, researchers, and colleagues, valued partners and co-organizers, and dear members of our committees, of our organizing team, my dear colleagues from the IT research and design departments who helped me these days with the conference, dear students and master students, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the plenary session for the International Keynote Speakers of ICESBA 2025 conference, organized under the theme of Artificial Intelligence-Driven Trends in Management, Marketing, Accounting, Business, Economics, and Law. This year's conference offers a unique opportunity to explore, to exchange, and advance knowledge on how artificial intelligence is reshaping our complex realities at a global level. This year, we are proud to bring together almost 150 professors, researchers, and specialists, including 70 international experts, representing more than 40 universities from 22 countries. Your participation truly highlights the global, the interdisciplinary, and collaborative spirit of ICESBA 2025. Over the next 2 days, we will explore 4 major thematic panels reflecting the latest trends and research in the AI-driven economic transformation. It's about management and business innovation in AI-driven economics. It's about marketing strategies and consumer trends in the AI economy. It's about accounting and the legal frameworks in the age of AI, and not at all, it's about technology and international business dynamics. Today, we are honored to welcome 21 distinguished international keynote speakers from institutions that always supported our conference. And for that, we thank you all. Our colleagues will share cutting-edge research, as you will see, practical insights and innovative applications of AI in management, in marketing, in accounting, in business economics, in law, in technology. I encourage you to engage actively, to take notes and make the most of this exceptional opportunity to learn from some of the world's, you will see, leading experts in AI research practice, and not only. Once again, I welcome you all, distinguished guests, faculty members, partners, keynote speakers, and students. Let us begin this international keynote speaker session with our distinguished invited international speakers with curiosity, with energy, with openness, and confident that the knowledge shared today will inspire innovation and collaboration across borders. Thank you, and welcome to ICESBA 2025 International Conference. And that Professor, our first distinguished speaker, Professor Nevenka Popović-Sević, is already here. She prepared us a paper alongside with Professor Alexander Sević, with Professor Milica Slijepčević, and Professor Tatiana Mamula-Nikolić. Professor Sević is from University Business Academy in Novi Sad, Faculty of Contemporary Arts, Belgrade, Republic of Dublin, Ireland. Professor Milica Slijepčević is coming from Metropolitan University in Belgrade, Serbia. And Professor Tatiana Nikolić is coming from Belgrade Banking Academy from Belgrade, Serbia. And their research paper is talking about ethical considerations, about attitudes and behavior towards artificial intelligence. They are talking about a comparison between users and no users.
Yes, very good morning from Belgrade. On the behalf of all of our institutions, I would like to extremely thank to you as the host, as the organizers, for inviting us for such a huge and very interesting and unique gathering. So especially focusing the very big thank to you, Elena Gurgu, because we really do have such intensive and such very interesting and useful cooperation within previous years, indeed. So if you do allow me,
thank you, Professor.
More than welcome as you. If you do allow me, I would like to share the screen with a presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, Professor.
So, yes, you can see, I suppose.
Yes, so we can see.
So, as you mentioned previously, thank you so much. The name of our work is The Ethical Considerations, Attitudes and Behavior Towards Artificial Intelligence, the comparison between users and non-users. So by the very beginning, I would like to stress really great help of the colleagues that were mentioned by you and also within this slide presentation. They're from numerous organizations, but mainly from our Link Edu Alliance. So the manuscript was done on behalf of the research that was dedicating to not only state but also privately owned universities within Republic of Serbia within 2 months. So precisely speaking, during October and November last year. And so here are some of the results of our work, which are done within this manuscript. So, in order to introduce within the theme, I would like to stress firstly the focus that the 21st century has brought the growing influence of digital technologies across numerous industries, and of course that the education we here focus on high educational institutions is no exception. So with adoption of AI tools, extremely large data sets can now be analyzed. Integrating artificial intelligence into the education process provides actually opportunities for personalized learning and improved efficiency of educational outcomes. Recent studies show that academic staff attitudes toward AI vary according to their exposure and use of specific tools, which will be afterwards seen within our results, such as, for instance, generative language models. Taking all the above into account, it is evident that the integration of AI into higher education occurs through a complex interplay of individual, institutional, and different societal factors. So, what actually our research paper addresses? First of all, the legitimacy of privacy and academic integrity for teaching staff when introducing AI tools into instruction. Then, examines whether ChatGPT users and non-users differ in their views on the implementation of AI tools and whether these affect the development of critical thinking skills in teaching. As well, this manuscript considers the existence of possible biases among academic staff regarding AI use in instruction, explores whether there is a visible intention to adopt AI to follow trends. In relation to the literature review, we can conclude the academic integrity is another complex dimension of AI integration. Studies, for instance, you can see several of the references that are actually mentioned within this slide, but you can imagine that there are extremely more within our reference list. So, studies indicate shortly that digital copying and content manipulation have not increased in volume, but have become more sophisticated. While artificial intelligence spreads rapidly in teaching and education, it also introduces challenges alongside its trends. Crucial ethical issues emerge concerning the collection and storage of academic staff data during teaching and research. I'm focusing on this lately mentioned because within our research work, we actually included both academic staff and researchers within universities as well. So, researchers indicate that perceptions differ between users and non-users, with users adopting a more pragmatic view than found among the students. Lately on, we will see actually that somehow more research projects were done with the students than with academic staff. So in this relation, we somehow focus on academic and researching staff more. All these actually suggest, to resume the literature review, that perceptions of threats to privacy and academic integrity are genuine risk shaping attitudes and behavior, particularly among non-users of AI tools. So, before introducing you with a methodology of our research work, I would like to show you with which hypotheses we actually were shown according to the 11 different areas of the questions that our academic staffs and researchers were introduced by the end of the previous year. So the very first hypothesis is that there is statistically significant difference in perceptions of privacy and academic integrity threats between users and non-users. The second one, that there is difference in perceptions of AI's impact on critical thinking. The third one, specific difference in prejudice toward AI in teaching. The fourth one, the difference in expressed satisfaction with AI tools in teaching. The fifth, the difference in the intention to improve AI knowledge. And finally, the sixth one, the significant difference in willingness to use AI in teaching between users and non-users of ChatGPT. So, our sample, you can see actually the figure of how many academic staff and members, as I mentioned previously, as well as the researchers included. So in both sides employed in state and privately owned higher educational institutions. And by the very first place, it is quite interesting to see the gender differences. So among the respondents, we have these statistical moments that 56.1% of women academic staff actually responded, while on the other side, 43.9% male respondents. So here are some of the results. With the very first slide, when you can see the results of ethics of AI usage, respondents were generally provided with a range of AI applications that could be frequently used in teaching. And it appears that they either use ChatGPT as the most famous, relatively inexpensive, and widely available option, or do not use or recognize AI products at all. It's quite interesting fact. The statement not use any AI products may not imply a complete lack of use, so that is quite important to stress out, as these products could be explored under different conditions, such as during leisure time, or if respondents believe that they use AI products only occasionally. So, this slide, my privacy is not threatened by using AI applications in class, is actually, as you can see, close to 60% of ChatGPT users. You can see that they are positive in their responses, while this level was close to 31% for non-ChatGPT users. The next one, AI does not compromise critical thinking skills, is noticeably supported by ChatGPT users. As you can see that 21.4% of non-users still accept this claim. More than 36% of ChatGPT users agree with this statement, while 51.1% of non-users disagree with it. Percentage-wise, OpenAI product users, these are some of the findings, are more neutral about this statement than non-users. Even though it is the largest group for them, it is a runner-up for non-users who are extremely skeptical in this regard at 31, actually almost 32%. In the next figure, we examine, actually you can see in the above one, so please the above one figure, we examine whether I have no prejudices regarding the use of AI applications in teaching, and almost 74% of active OpenAI users agree with it vis-a-vis 48.4% of non-users. Actually, the largest cohort of non-users is neutral about this question, with more of them agreeing rather than disagreeing with it, which is actually encouraging for the future use of AI in teaching. The next claim, so please have a look at the down one figure, deals with a claim, I'm delighted to be able to use AI tools in the classroom, And while ChatGPT users more agree with this statement than non-users, it is quite evident that almost 13% of non-users responded affirmatively. So we do not have a follow-up query to confirm what these platforms are, but in both groups, neutrality prevails. As expected, the majority of non-users disagreed. Furthermore, in relation to the behavioral intention, we do have another one claim. I want to improve my knowledge in the field of applying AI in education. So this time we in a way monitor intention on the behalf of the professors. Doesn't matter from which field or which activities they belong. So when examining this one claim, apart from a single respondent, all ChatGPT users are either neutral at almost 9% or agreed at almost 90%. So colleagues not using ChatGPT are in a way also willing to improve their knowledge, but still 16% expressed a lack of interest, which could be an obstacle in disseminating AI knowledge at higher educational institutions. The next one, I am up to date with the latest AI applications in the classroom. You can see that the responses are comparatively better. So even in their cohort, in a cohort of ChatGPT users, those who disagree with this statement, as opposed to those who agree, represent a majority with 37.7 versus 26.9%. Employers and the Ministry of Education, that is somehow a kind of our suggestion, must refocus their attention on the organization and dissemination of different seminars, conferences, and workshops in order to disseminate furthermore this area of implementing within the education of high educational institutions. And furthermore, we have also figure with a claim, I will often use AI in my classes because I have the support of the faculty and the students for that. As we, within some of the questions as well, investigated how actually management of the high educational institutions is in a possibility to support either by different facilities or previously mentioned workshops, trainings, etc. So we found out that nearly 4% across both groups strongly agree with this enthusiasm that afterwards dropping to more moderate levels for non-users when comparing groups that agree with a statement. Precisely speaking, non-users dominate in the completely disagree category, implying a much stronger sentiment about the lack of support by employers. It's quite interesting to focus that one statement. So we are close to finalization. In order to discuss our hypothesis, we'd like to actually stress out the analysis of behavioral differences between users and non-users of ChatGPT shows statistically significant variations in their views on ethical aspects, as well as their openness and willingness to integrate ChatGPT into higher educational circula. So, on the very first, you can see that users believe that applying ChatGPT improves teaching quality by making task management more efficient and maximizing time use. The another one is that the ChatGPT fosters critical thinking. Also, in order to support that, teachers with stronger technological competence and even previous experience in that field are generally more open and satisfied, while Those with lower digital competency show hesitation and resistance. This aligns with findings that correlate with individual factors, showing that alone cannot explain the differences between users and non-users. Therefore, institutional support is very crucial. As we mentioned previously, through different shapes of conferences, workshops, trainings, etc. Without these mechanisms, earlier studies note gaps and resistance to AI adoption in education may only deepen. Our research conducted in Serbia indicates that most respondents rated their AI knowledge as basic or insufficient. So once again, we speak about this cohort of academic and research staff. This study also shows insufficient familiarity and practical experience with the AI among teaching staff. A considerable number of neutral responses suggests that many educators have not yet formed clear attitudes toward AI integration. To demonstrate how AI can support teaching quality, learning outcomes, feedback, and student motivation, further training and research are required. And to resume, based on the sample comprising 312 respondents from state and privately owned higher educational institutions in Serbia, we have compared differences between self-reported ChatGPT users and non-users across the ethics of AI usage, attitude towards artificial intelligence, and behavioral intention to apply. ChatGPT users have fewer prejudices regarding the use of AI in the educational setting, which is then purported by the enthusiasm to apply AI, readiness to face potential challenges, and satisfaction with achievement in respected HEI. The limitations of our study include the single country analysis and the challenges that are being examined for high educational institutions. I mentioned previously that we focused it on academic and research staff, not to students this time. Given the rapid evaluation of AI technologies, longitudinal studies would provide deeper insight into how teacher attitudes and behavior evolve over time. Very many thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor. A very, very interesting presentation. If there is anyone who wants to address a question to Professor, please, Professor Răzăroiu, proceed.
Thank you very much, Professor Cevic, for this insightful presentation. Well, I have a complex question. First of all, this might be quite a dialogue. First of all, your survey was meant to cover only ChatGPT because, as I could have seen, the question included rather using AI tools, but then you mentioned only ChatGPT. And perhaps various other tools might be integrated, for example, Gemini or DeepSeek. And perhaps a subsequent discussion would be whether a more sophisticated question can be created. For example, ChatGPT and its competitors can be good for some type of uses quite safely in terms of results, or consistently or adequately, and quite risky for others. For example, with regard to providing sources or certain references or configuring a research paper, ChatGPT and its competitors are quite risky because they tend to hallucinate several times. But with regard to creative compositions, for example, short stories or various other narrations, in addition to creating the pictures or some short films or cinematic productions, they can be quite safe. And my last question is if you considered using also inferential statistics, because you seem to have used only descriptive statistics. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed, Professor Lazaro Giurgiu. First of all, I would like to answer on a very first question, which actually was regarding the ChatGPT usage among the academic and research staff. So within one of the question, so that was a questionnaire made of 11 area questions with more than 60, let's say, precise questions within questionnaire, was delivered, as I stated, within the state and privately owned universities in Serbia. So that was quite a huge number of the professors and researchers that were kindly asked to give the answer. So within the precise question of which AI tool can they actually use within their teaching and researching activities, they were offered by 5 possibilities. And as we stated, actually, and as we researched, that the ChatGPT was in a huge differences on a very top of AI tool usage, we actually pick this type of the tool, and therefore ChatGPT as a tool is the mainly researched and focused within our manuscript. So that is the main reason. So then, to answer on your second question, we had numerous pre-filled which we actually investigated at the same time. So not only ethics, not only privacy and academic integrity was upon our focus, we also did some interesting researches regarding the gender differences. How, in a way, gender differences in academic staff can actually differ their attitude and their willingness to actually pick up willingly, not to mention, do they have at a time managerial support or not, which is also a very crucial question that we also investigate in our research. So that field was also in a way researched as well. And also is, for instance, as this is not mentioned in our manuscript, that is a very first, but we are somehow willing to investigate more with the analysis and with the material that we have, how actually students prefer more or less to attend classes where the AI tool are or is actually implemented. So in this type of the academic perspective as well. If I did answer on all of your questions, please do not hesitate to precise anymore if you don't have.
And about inferential statistics.
Yes. So that is our original, let's say, university research. So in this step of our investigation, we did not have any correlates because we do not have at that time, we do have a statistical institution, which is a state institution on behalf of the government of Republic of Serbia, which actually annually, monthly, even monthly, but annually in this type, because these are quite, let's say, pioneering information, I have to stress. So we did not have much more strength in this statistical point of view.
Okay, thanks so much, Professor Stevic.
Indeed.
Thank you so much. Professor Nevenka Sevic earned her master's degree at the University of Newcastle, Australia. A few words about her biography. She's also a certified trainer for international examinations, including the Cambridge Business. Workbook and marketing and analytics, and she's an active member of several professional associations, including Serbian Marketing Association, Public Relations Society of Serbia, and Chartered Institute of Marketing, and also a member of Serbian Association for Women and Science. Thank you, dear. Thank you, dear Nevenka, for
Thank you once again for inviting
very
us. Indeed, wishing you a successful conference. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I see here another professor, Professor Milica Čolović from Singindum University, Belgrade, Serbia, who is having a presentation and a paper along with Professor Vladimir Mitic from the same university. Hi, hello.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, and I'm glad I'm here with you again. How are you? I see that energy is very well. Okay. Tell me, can you see my presentation now? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, you
yes, right now is the correct. Yes.
Yes, now you can see it. Okay. So, hello to everyone. I'm glad to have this honor to participate in this conference with all the experts in this field. I'm a psychologist, and I will tell you something about the psychological aspect of acceptance and use of artificial intelligence in management and in business decision making in the modern industry. The modern business environment is characterized by rapid technological changes that shape the way of decision-making, communication, and work of any organization. Artificial intelligence has become the center driving force of digital transformation, from automated accounting and marketing analytics to managerial decision support system and human resource management. Although the economic and technological benefits of AI are widely recognized, the psychological aspect of its acceptance and use remain relatively underexplored. And in this paper, you will see that it is the crucial variables that all the managers and all the staffs should be included when we try to implement the AI in our organization and work process. The use of AI in business processes requires not only technical readiness, but also psychological adaptation of employees. Studies have shown that the successful implementation of AI in organization relies mostly on psychological factors such as trust in the technology, perceived usefulness, not the real usefulness, but perceived usefulness. Is it the AI could have benefits for my work? Is it easy for me to use it? If I am going to be the more successful if use some AI tools. Also, the most important things is sense of control and sense that I'm not going to lose my job because of IA implementation. Then motivation and employee identity. Employees who believe that AI helps them to be more efficient and competent are more likely to accept it, while doubts about the reliability of IT or fear of losing their jobs often lead to resistance and development of anxiety. When the anxiety arises, the mistakes in the everyday works arise also, and anxiety is the very difficult feelings to handle, and if anxiety on the high level, we have the very big problem in the functioning as well as human and in our business teams. Apart from individual reaction, the integration of AI also changed the whole organizational dynamics. Managers are increasingly making decisions with the support of algorithm recommendation, which raises the question of accountability, trust, and the ethical balance between the human and machine judgment. In this context, the psychological mechanism of AI acceptance become the key factors to understanding how individuals and organizations can achieve synergy between human and artificial capabilities. That means that some ethical questions are arrived and that we need to talk about it. This paper aims to analyze the existing literature on the psychological aspect of AI acceptance in management, with special emphasis on theoretical models and factors of trust and the perceived usefulness. There are the three most prominent theoretical models of acceptance and use of artificial intelligence in a business context, and they're only correlated to each other because they talk about the same things. Or the similar things that is very important when we try to understand the psychological functioning. The first is the technology acceptance model, TAM. The second is the self-determination theory, SDT. And the third one is the theory of planned behavior, TDP. And each of them offer us a different but complementary perspective of how individuals form attitudes. That means how individuals form the cognitive beliefs, how they form their emotional status, and how they behave toward the AI technology in their business environment. Let's talk about the first theory, technology acceptance model, that is developed by Davis in 1999 and later one in 2000 by Venkatesh and Davis. It bases on the assumption that an individual's willingness to use new technology is mainly determined by the perceived usefulness and the perceived ease of use. The perceived ease of use is very important variable because if I choose to do something new, I will choose it because it is easy for me. I have some benefit of using, because every new changes arise my anxiety. And if I don't see the cause, if I don't see the good cause for me, I will have the result of them, and I don't want to do anything with it. According to this model, if the user believes that the technology will improve his work efficiency and that it is easy to use, he is more likely to develop a positive attitude and intention to use it. This model has been repeatedly confirmed in very big number of research which are related to the AI in business concept. In one of that, we found that trust in AI and perceived usefulness directly predict the employees' willingness to use AI tools in their everyday work. Butcher supplemented this model by adding the mindset variable. The mindset is the very important variables that is very important in psychology, and nowadays it has the crucial place when we talk about different branch of psychology, and it shows us our way of perceive the reality, our way of perceive ourselves and to perceive other people and to perceive our environment and the future. And if the employee has the growth-oriented mindset, they accept into innovations more easily and they accept AI more easily. But the opposite ones, when the individuals has the fixed mentality, fixed mindset, they have the greater resistance to AI technology. The third theory is self-determination theory, which was developed by Ryan and Detsy in 2000. And this theory points out that the motivation and well-being depends exactly on satisfaction of three very important and very basic psychological needs: autonomy, competence, and contentedness. When we talk about AI, these aspects are reflected through whether employees feel that they retain control over their work, whether they believe that AI increases their competencies, and whether cooperation with AI contributes to or undermines interpersonal relationship in the team. It is very important that we introduce our employees with the term AI literacy, because if we have the sense of importance and the main things that AI give us in our business, we will have the more positive attitudes toward it. AI literacy positively affects job satisfaction precisely through strengthening the feelings of competence and the autonomy. But when we have the lack of understanding of IE, or if we fear of implementing AI in our everyday work, it can cause the feeling of helplessness and rise our anxiety. Theory of planned behavior is Eisen's theory, and it is the oldest theory of all three models. This is the theory of planned behavior, and suggests that if we have intention to use technology, we need to talk about three factors: attitude to our technology in general, subjective norms that we are formed through all of our lives, and perceived control. This means that perceived control is very important in all three models of behavior. This theory is particularly useful for understanding the social aspect of AI adoption. For example, when employees embrace AI became the organizational experts in it, or because they want to align with the colleagues who already use the digital tools. That is important to name some psychological factor: conformity. Conformity means that I tend to align my behavior, I tend to align my feelings, and tend to align my way of thinking to my colleagues or to my managers, because I don't want to be excluded from this group. It is very important for all the humans. Let's talk about some trust in artificial intelligence in general. Trust is one of the most important psychological prerequisites for the successful adoption of AI system. While with traditional technology, all was transparent, all was clear, and the user can check the result of his work in any time. When we talk about AI system decision, or when we talk about decision making with AI, we have some difficulties because the decisions are made through complex algorithms whose functioning is not always transparent, and the absence of explainability and the perception of closed in the black box can arise the skepticism, fear, anxiety, or the sense of lose control. And that's why we need to go to transparency of the algorithms as much as we could. It is very important that our employees should feel that they have control, and that artificial intelligence not take over their jobs. If we have the lack of trust, that can lead avoiding the use of AI, even when we see that it is very important and it is needed, that when in the situation it helps us to finish our work more efficiently and to improve our jobs. Perception of usefulness and sense of control are fundamental constructs in the model of technology acceptance. If employees perceive that AI contributes to their effectiveness, the perception leads to a positive attitude and willingness to use it. When AI begins to take over some of the responsibility for decision making, that can make problematic situation that conflicts arise, because we have been challenged to manage our anxiety. Sense of control is crucial if employees perceive AI to support, not replace. Their expertise, trust, and satisfaction are growing in their jobs. That's why organizations need to try to increase perception of usefulness and trust through training, clear accountability protocols, and the most efficient one is employee involvement in the AI system implementation process. This strengthens the sense of perception and reduce psychological resistance to new technology, as well as the anxiety that occurs. When we talk about motivation and psychological well-being of employee in the era of artificial intelligence, we need to say the integration of artificial intelligence into business process affects not only the way of working, but also the psychological motivation and subjective well-being of employee. And organizations strive for efficiency and automation that lead the employee to face change that affect their sense of autonomy, competence, and professional identity. These factors represent the key determinants of psychological adoption of AI. Autonomy and sense of control is foundation in international motivation. In the context of artificial intelligence, it refers to the extent to which employees have a sense of control over the process that AI support. When employees perceive that AI system complement their abilities and enable them to better manage tasks, motivation and job satisfaction always increases. But if AI is perceived as imposed tool that takes over decision and limits creativity, then we have, in the result, feelings of helplessness arise and that reduced influence of the work process arise. In study conducted in organizations that use AI for market analysis and prediction of consumers' behavior, employees stated that AI facilitates their decision making, but at the same time reduces their role in the interpretation of the results. And this is the some kind of paradox when we have the relief with the concomitant loss of subjective significance, and that was the central challenges for managers. They need to try to balancing technical efficiency and employee psychological empowerment. Competence and sense of professional values, artificial intelligence can be both a source of growth and a threat to the sense of competence. When employees possess a sufficient level of AI literacy, that means that they understand the basic principles, limitation, and possibilities of AI, their confidence in using the technology and their sense of professional relevance increases. However, in the opposite situation, where AI surprises the human judgment, the phenomenon of competence insecurity occurs, and that could lead to reduced engagement and resignation of the employee. Programs that combine training on AI tools with the development of soft skills as communication, creativity, problem solving, good social and verbal skills have proven to be a successful way to maintain a clear sense of competence. And this shows that the psychological growth of employee in the digital environment does not depend only on technological adaptation, but also on perceived that their role is still irreplaceable in the process that requires human assessment and empathy. Connection and the social dynamics is very important when we're talking about incorporation of AI system, because we are social beings and we always work in teams. in many organizations working in such manner. Automated tools often take over part of interaction between employees. That could reduce the number of social contact and the possibility of informal learning. And informal learning is the very important form of learning in every organization. Studies indicate that the reduced interaction can negatively affect a sense of connectedness and belonging to a team, which is one of the key prerequisites for long-term well-being. On the other hand, when AI systems support collaboration, for example, through suggestion for team decision-making or knowledge sharing, they can even increase cohesion and mutual trust within a team, which can lead a good benefit to all the organization. Therefore, the effect of AI on social relationships largely depends on the way of implementation or the organizational culture in which it is used. Now I would like to say something about stress and the feeling of psychological safety. When there occur any changes, especially changes in the work processes, which is in this particular team, accompanying is with AI technology, we can, in many cases, experience some form of techno-stress. That techno-stress means that it is the stress associated with the introduction and incorporating of digital innovations. Causes include job insecurity, the need for continuous learning, and the feeling of having to keep up with the pace of algorithmic systems. Feeling of psychological safety, this is the confidence that is opinion and mistakes can be voiced with negative consequence, is the key to reducing stress and resistance. Organizations that foster open communication and employee participation have significantly higher chances for successful and psychological sustainability integration of AI. In the conclusion, we have to discuss all that I have said previously. In analysis of the literature show that the psychological factors as trust, perceived usefulness, autonomy, competence, and connectedness are formed and they are crucial for acceptance of AI in the business environment. Although many studies are focused on technical and economic aspects, a growing number of authors nowadays emphasize that is the psychological adaptation of employee is also very important, and it is determined the successful of digital transformation. The importance of AI literacy leads to very big and important ethical questions, and that's why it is very important to our organization provide the ethical transparency to particular organizational culture. When employees understand how AI makes decisions, their confidence and sense of control increase. They don't fear that AI could steal their jobs, that they become trouble in their organization. Explainability becomes crucial not only for technical reliability, but also for psychological acceptability to the system. Also, research indicates differences in attitudes towards AI between the managerial and operational position. That means that managers are more likely to see AI as a tool to increase productivity, while executives express a greater fear of losing autonomy or losing their jobs to be replaced with AI. These differences highlight the need for AI implementation to be accompanied by communication and educational strategies that address the specific psychological needs of different groups of employees. In a broader sense, organizations that introduce AI gradually, with employee involvement in the design and training process, achieve greater stability and less resistance, less anxiety through their employee. This confirmed that technological success and psychological acceptance and mutual dependence categories. Artificial intelligence in transforming modern management, marketing, accounting, and business economy, but its success depends on the human factor. The literature review shows that psychological processes like trust, perceived usefulness, autonomy, competence, and relatedness form the basis for understanding how employees experience and accept AI system. Positive outcomes, such as greater motivation and efficiency, occur when employees feel that AI expand their capabilities, while negative effects occurs when AI threatens their autonomy or identity. Therefore, it is necessary for organizations to approach the introduction and the inclusion of AI gradually through an interdisciplinary perspective, which includes the technical, organizational, as well as psychological dimension of change. Some longitudinal examination of the long-term effect of AI on job satisfaction and mental health as comparative studies between different industries and cultural contexts are recommended for the future research, because I think that is very important, and to see the differences that may occur between the cultures, or to see how the attitudes toward AI change during some period of time. This would provide a deeper picture of how AI can contribute not only the productivity, but also the psychological well-being of employee, which are a prerequisite for sustainability business development in the age of intelligence system. I would like to thank you for your attention and to ask you if you have any questions for me. Just some stop sharing. Okay, I stop sharing my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Milica. A very interesting presentation. And now I see that my colleague, Professor Lazaroiu, wants to address you question. Professor Lazaroiu, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Professor Čolović. I think I pronounced it quite correctly. Čolović, right?
Yes, yes.
My question is whether you think simulation might be quite tempting for such a research in terms of how employees, but also the management of companies will perceive the further developments of artificial intelligence. For example, as we know, artificial intelligence, also including generative artificial intelligence, use typically machine and deep learning algorithms, and perhaps some more sophisticated algorithms, for example, deep reinforcement, or cognitive neural networks, and so on. But what would they think of such developments integrating, first of all, artificial general intelligence algorithms, and then super intelligence algorithms? Because that means that you won't have any competition. Your job disappear, practically your profession disappear. So there is no question about some jobs that will disappear. They will certainly disappear. So there will be no competition with artificial intelligence systems, because from the start they will be smarter and more efficient and so on than you. And perhaps there are some solutions. One of them might be taxing them, because they don't make money for them.
Yes.
On pubs, on travels, and so on, and they make a lot of money. Perhaps we can work no more. We'll relax, and they will have to work. But this is a very nice scenario, because there are companies behind them, and they are interested in making money for them, not for all of us.
We will have much more free time then. In that circumstances, we will have the much free time, and that is the benefits for us.
Yes, this is the hopeful scenario when we are able to monitor such software, to develop them, to create apps, and it tends to be easier and easier in this direction. But perhaps another option or a cumulative option might be discuss about minimal revenue for so many people who cannot identify their expertise in the new professions, because there will be a gap between the developments, the technological developments. For example, a person just work in a cafeteria, and there is not much AI in a cafeteria for a barista, for example, and just from being a barista to creating apps, it might be quite difficult, although software tends to be more and more friendly. And the question, perhaps I got lost in my question. Well, the question is, what do you think we should do? Tax the artificial intelligence, or perhaps set up some sort of minimal revenue for everybody who cannot adapt to such technologies, because otherwise they might be revengeful. A lot of people who cannot find jobs, they might seem like being excluded from the job market, but from the living market, because they cannot make a living.
Yes.
Or perhaps they can be cumulatively considered.
Thank you for your question. It is your whole thinking process is totally in accordance to mine. I always think about that situation, but I also work as a psychotherapist, and I always taught and teach my clients not to build our reality about something that has not fundamentation. That means that nowadays AI are entering in the most field of human function. We cannot pretend that that is not happening, but we can only develop our psychological, our human prerogatives toward artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence does not have the feelings, does not have the empathy, does not have the emotional making decision. That is very important in many tasks, in many jobs. It is not the making decision is not the only cognitive process, is not the cognitive at all the time. And I think that the solution, the one solution, leads to emphasize the human factor in all the process. The human functioning, the human and emotional thinking, the emotional making decision, the human factor of developing empathy to making the connection between the people, because we are in nowadays very disconnect with each other. We are always in the social media, in this kind of meeting, but we are not in the same room. We are not sharing our personality, our fears, our emotion. And I think that is something that AI never can get. That is our prerogative. And I think that these human factors, humanity, that is some call it the subjective forms of well-being, we need to develop that, and that is something that we have the most prerogatives toward the artificial intelligence.
Thanks so much, Professor Čolović.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Professor Čolović is, as she already says, a psychotherapist psychotherapist also, having experience in working with different categories of young people, children, and needs, juvenile delinquents, and also care, and she's also an extension of psychological sciences. Is that correct?
Yes.
And very interesting presentation, Professor Čolović, as usual. Thank you very much. And now we want to introduce another speaker, Professor Dragan Ilić from University Business Academy in Novi Sad, with a paper entitled Strategic Enablers of Innovation, the Role of Consultants in AI Integration for E-Business Success. Hello, Professor Dragan, how are you?
Hello, everyone.
Looking
I hope
good.
we hear each other very well. Okay. You also look very good. Everything is fine. So it's really nice to be once again here. I hope it won't be a problem with the phones because there is some kind of rumor in the neighborhood. So I wanted to avoid it. So I will use the phones, headphones, and I hope everything will be fine. So once again, it's always a pleasure to participate in this conference, to see all of you, all the friends, and to exchange the opinion, to talk about different topics. And this time, artificial intelligence comes as a real challenge, as a topic that is really important. And once again, while I was listening to the other speakers, the first thing came to my mind is that again, we are facing big technological improvement. And with that technological improvement, I think it comes a great level of responsibility, how we will use it and how we will use this kind of technology. So I hope we will be all ethically responsible, and it will be only to the benefit of all of us. So if you agree, I will start with my presentation. So let me first try to share the screen. Just a moment, give me a second. Okay. Okay, I hope this will be just a moment. My preferred, just a moment. Give me a second. Entire screen. Okay. Let me try like this. Share. Just a moment. Oops, I have the same problem with like my colleague. I don't know if you see my presentation, but I see some other things. Just a moment, I will try again.
It was okay. It was okay.
It was okay. Okay. Because
it was okay, but you stopped it.
Okay, I will do that. Don't worry. Just a moment, because I wasn't sure whether is it proper or not. Let me try with this.
In the end, was okay.
Okay. So, okay. May I start to speak? I hope you see
this.
Yes.
Now it's okay. Very nice.
Okay. My topic covers the role of consultants, because basically, let's say that last few years I have spent a lot in consulting sector, and for me it was interesting to find out how much artificial intelligence actually can influence the job being done by consultants. Does it deliver some additional value? How does it improve all our activities? And basically it was, let's say, the field I was trying to cover in this paper. More than that, I have addressed some issues of e-businesses and success related to artificial intelligence integration. So, as I said, I have used different researches which have been already done in order to see some of the results and some of the conclusions they came up. For example, in this paper, because afterwards I hope I will send the paper to you and it will be published. For example, there is a significant implementation gap. While 87% of e-business prioritize artificial intelligence adoption, only 30% achieve their objectives without strategic guidance. So this confirms to me and comes as a fact that strategic guidance and assistance of, let's say, well-trained consultants is definitely a necessity. And in this research reveals that consulting-led implementations deliver measurable advantages through systematic three-phase methodology. And this three-phase methodology has been recognized as technical readiness assessment, so whether to see are there sufficiently developed technical conditions in order to apply and implement certain solutions. Then it has to be a change management alignment in a sense that the organization is ready for a change to take place within the organization, and it has to be iterative deployment. And what was the conclusion of that research is that this approach generates substantial business value, which I hope in the end is the goal which we all stream toward. In this particular case, achieving operational efficiency gains of 25 up to 40%, revenue growth of 50 to 30% through artificial intelligence powered optimization. And also, what was interesting, that customer retention improvements were up to 35%. I will not bother you so much with the numbers. It will be everything accessible once the paper is published, just to demonstrate how much, let's say, value is actually this consultant role giving or delivering, in a sense, when completed or complemented with artificial intelligence. And just to show that consulting role is very important in this case, it is achieving 2.3 times higher adoption rates 1.8 faster time to value while effectively navigating emerging technologies such as serverless artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence. So basically speaking, what is here important to address is that this strategic guidance is something that will actually give additional value and help clients and customers to even better implement artificial intelligence. Okay, here are some facts which I would like to share with you. How it's being defined, digital transformation. I will not read it, just to explain that it is something that fundamentally changes business operations and value delivery. And within this evolution, artificial intelligence has emerged as a critical driver, enabling businesses to process vast data sets, automate complex processes, and generate predictive insights for decision making. On the other hand, just not to forget to mention reducing the cost and the overall operation costs, and not to forget that this transformation actually represents 2.3 trillion market opportunity, which was established by McKinsey & Company in 2023. So it's a huge investment opportunity and market opportunity, so for any kind of business. When we come to the point of literature review, just to mention a few important things which came during this research, that there are three critical dimensions: transformative applications, implementation challenges, and strategic frameworks, that we establish the foundation for understanding how consultants create value through systematic deployment methodologies and change management expertise. Once again, we have a correlation of change management and consulting role, both for the good and valid and solid implementation of artificial intelligence. And research demonstrates that artificial intelligence technologies fundamentally reshape businesses' operations, creating specific opportunities for consultants to drive implementation success. Once again, in this study in 2024, made by Colorst and the others, it was shown that AI-powered pricing algorithms deliver 15 to 30% revenue improvements through sophisticated demand forecasting. What is better than to have a very good and useful information in order to prepare your company organization for the trends and the things that will, let's say, happen in future. Okay, what is the role of artificial intelligence in e-business? First of all, there is an evolution from reactive, so-called reactive, to predictive decision-making represents, which is a fundamental shift in competitive capability. And advanced artificial intelligence implementations now enable organizations to anticipate market shifts 40% faster than traditional approaches. I think in marketing, whoever has something to do with marketing, this fact is of a crucial importance. Then AI improves strategic decision accuracy by 65% through AI-enhanced analytics. So this kind of analytics actually help us a lot in accuracy of our strategic decisions. So in time where there is predictability and let's say everything that will happen so uncertain, the time that we are living in, I would like to address it as, for me maybe, and I hope for everybody else, some way very challenging time that we are living in, but however very demanding time in a sense that we really need to strategically plan every step and every action. And at the very end, AI help us to reduce response time to competitive threats by half. So monitoring process, alert systems actually help us to be really ready to respond to any kind of competitive threats. Okay, so what are the actual challenges when we speak about AI integration? Okay, so most of them go under this, what I have said at the very beginning. So ethical approach, respecting certain regulations, following procedures, and so on. And I think it's going to be a huge challenge in future how to deal with all of these things. For example, data governance frameworks that ensure compliance with regional privacy regulations such as GDPR, reducing legal risk by 60%, or for example, ethical AI monitoring systems that identify and mitigate algorithm bias, improving model fairness by 45%. So this is a big challenge, and this is something that it has to be dealt with. And I'm afraid that if we do not follow certain compliances there, certain issues will definitely arise, and our organizations will be in trouble. Okay? When we come to the consulting approaches to artificial intelligence integration, here you can see the fact that this framework actually achieves 2.3 times higher return on investment on AI investments compared to those taking ad hoc approaches. So once again, it is a strategical tool that can help us a lot. And I have explained that as a 4 progressive phases, which I have also explained also with one picture or whatever I like to call it, okay? First thing is strategic assessment. Once again, business alignment, technical readiness, and risk assessment. All of these 3 factors came under the roof or umbrella of strategic assessment, and understanding each step is very important in order to strategically be prepared to do implementation or integration of artificial intelligence. Then we come to the second very important step. This is technical implementation, which understands that we have a proper infrastructure, that we have data integration, and that there is actual AI model development in place. When we speak about change management phase, we speak about training program, communication plan, and adoption strategy. I like to say to my students that without proper training and without proper communication, chances for success will be really very, very low. So, and now I'll address our colleague. She explained before me how much is important this social skills and communication, etc. What I have seen working with students and working with companies, that somehow people are becoming more and more socially anxious, and that anxiety levels are pretty high. So they are able to deal with any kind of equipment, any kind of technological improvement, but I'm afraid that we are failing in this human approach, in sense human communication, dealing with problems, direct communication, and these are some issues that we will also have to address. And I think that in this sense, psychological support will be very important. Last but not least, value realization is actually KPI tracking, ROE measurements, and continuous optimization of the overall process. So basically, let's say this is a scheme how consulting and consultants work when it comes to the moment of AI integration. Also, in my paper, I have addressed few interesting situations or few case studies which I have presented. For example, here is a story about e-commerce transformation success, where there was integration of artificial intelligence, and it has fundamentally transformed e-commerce in this comprehensive analysis of the next commerce, which demonstrates how AI-powered tools enable organizations to anticipate and respond to market shifts with unprecedented agility, which in business terms is of utmost importance. So the implementation spanning 18 months across multiple business units generated a 45% increase in customer satisfaction scores and 28% improvement in conversion rates. Although we are speaking about big improvements, big opportunities, and big chances, once again, I will address very important issue that, for example, yesterday I went to solve some of my personal issues with insurance company. I went to some public offices, and once again, communication and direct communication was on a very, very poor level. And this is something that really concerns me. So despite all the technology and all the kind of support that we have, still we are lacking a lot in this sense, and this is something that must and it definitely should be improved as soon as possible. And there is also example of retail pricing optimizations. Those who are interested in how this story was developed, they will be able to read once the paper is published. I will just address what has organization achieved with this AI integration. Revenue growth of 23% within the first year of implementation, margin improvement of 350 basic points while maintaining a market share, customer satisfaction improvement of 18% through more consistent pricing, and error reduction of 85% in pricing execution. It actually means that AI has helped organization to really, in the best possible manner, address all the factors influencing the pricing on one hand, and also addressing all the issues that were important from the customer side, also taking into consideration all micro and macro environment. Okay? And when we speak about implementation best practices, I would like to say that superior results share three common approaches. So all of them have three common approaches. First, they establish clear governance structures that balance innovation with risk management. Analysis shows that companies with structured governance frameworks achieve 2.3 higher ROI on their AI investments. Second, they invest significantly in change management and training. So once again, without change management and training, these results wouldn't be achieved. And in research indicates that organizations allocating 50 to 20% of project budgets to workforce development achieve 75% higher adoption rates, actually helping people to accept change that is being in place. And third, they utilize phased deployment strategies that allow for learning and adjustment. Also, data shows that organizations taking this approach reduce implementation risk by 60% by accelerating time to value by 40%. So implementation risk being reduced by 60%, acceleration time to value by 40%, I consider really as a huge, huge step and of great value. Okay, now we come to the point, what's the future of AI in e-business consulting? And there are actually three key trends which will shape our organizational future. First, consultants increasingly adopt hybrid delivery models combining on-site and remote expertise. In this case, in this model, they report 35% cost savings while maintaining implementation quality. So this is excellent thing which will actually save us a lot of money. Second, consulting firms invest heavily in proprietary AI solutions and frameworks. They actually realize how much is important to have your own AI solutions. And the analysis shows that consultants with proprietary tools achieve 2.1 times better client outcomes compared to those using generic solutions. So these are adapted AI solutions. And third, the emphasis on sustainable value creation grows stronger. Organizations who are partnering with consultants focused on long-term capability building, they report 55% higher return on their AI investments compared to those pursuing purely technical implementation. So once again, hand in hand with somebody who really knows how to help and how to deal with certain issues, success is, let's say, in a certain sense, much more guaranteed than in the case just applying technical solutions without any support. And now I come to the point of conclusion. For organizations seeking to harness or to use all of, let's say, advantages of this AI transformative potential, the evidence clearly demonstrates the value of strategic consulting partnerships. And this is something that should be taken into consideration when it comes to implementation of these solutions. Success in this so-called AI era requires not just technical implementation, but comprehensive transformation across people, processes, and technology. Once again, we see how people are important within this process. And I would like to say within any process, and I hope this human factor and human capital for sure will be even have a greater value in future than it is today. And it is something that will come in hand with artificial intelligence. So I'm not so much concerned about our positions to so-called what will happen with us, because I'm sure that there will be always certain space for improvement. And I think that people's support is vital to success of any organization. As the pace of innovation accelerates, the role of consultants and strategic enablers becomes increasingly vital for organizations aiming to maintain competitive advantage in the rapidly evolving digital economy. What I wanted to stress here is actually AI, as I see it and as I have understood it and read until now, is actually the tool that is going to help us to better deal with the environment, to better understand our environment, and to adapt to trends that are coming. And of course, for the very end, thank you all for your attention. Now we'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you so much, Professor Dragan Ilic, for this very interesting presentation. I think that Professor George Lazaroiu has a question for you. George?
Of course, I'm ready. I have a pen, I have a paper, so please.
I have a question.
Of course.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Ilic, for your very detailed presentation. Okay. My question is whether you think that by use of agentic AI technologies or agentic AI technologies might make the difference between those consultants who integrate several technologies in their work and those who simply transfer their tasks to such agents that will do the work for them in consulting.
Okay, is that all?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your question. I always like to address consultants as a person who should have a multiple set of skills and knowledges. And I always like to prefer those kind of consultants who actually bring not just, let's say, some kind of technological knowledge and experience, but also will give additional value to people. So in this sense, when you speak about transformative artificial intelligence tools and everything that comes with it, so certainly the qualities and let's say the skills that are needed are those skills that will help people to understand better what is going on. So let me give you an example. If there are people who are maybe afraid of losing their places or jobs or opportunities or whatever, so we should also persuade them that this is actually something that is going to make their performance even better if that is so. So we really have to follow an honest approach with our clients and explain them in the best possible manner what kind of advantages will this approach bring to them, and to compare the possible, or we like to say in consulting, the desired outcome. So I don't like to use the word goal. I prefer desired outcome because it is something that the whole organization should strive toward it. And probably there will be a lot of resistance towards the change because this is a big, huge change at the moment. Maybe in a few years, I don't know, people will simply use it like a social media now, like we have done with the internet and all the other tools. But for now, this kind of assurance or reassurance is necessity when we speak with people.
Thank you so much, Professor Ilić.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Professor Ilić. Professor Ilić is a regular consultant and analyst of some Serbian national TV stations, and in areas like agrobusiness, entrepreneurship, national economy, international business. Are you still there?
I'm still there. But to be honest completely with you, I don't know. I'm sure that you are aware of the fact that Serbia is really facing a difficult and complicated times, especially since the last year. And I should once again show and express a big gratitude to our youngsters, to our students who have, let's say, pushed the wheel of change, because our society definitely, not just technology improvement, the society needs to evolve, the society needs to change. And I hope one day it will also happen in our country. And I'm really, I'm supporter of joining Serbia to European Union. I hope it will happen one day. In near future, just to be clear. Some 5 years, I hope so.
Yes, hopefully, yes. Thank you very much, Professor. And now we have another. I think that Professor Urska Betolan is here from the University of Maribor, Slovenia.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, hello.
Hello. Hey. Hello.
Professor Urska is going to present us the paper Implementing Sustainability in Business, Key Drivers and Effects on Organizational Performance. When you are ready, you can proceed, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much. So first of all, I'm very, very happy. It's an honor to me to be here, to be able to have a short speech on this topic. Just to understand a little bit of my background and also regarding the topics which I will talk about later. So I'm actually working on two sides. So one side it's in industry, where I'm head of corporate sustainability governance in one of I would say leading home manufacturing companies in Europe, located in Slovenia. On the other hand, I am also active in research in the topic of corporate sustainability governance. So what I am currently focusing on with my research, and where I also met with Mr. Professor Dr. George Lazario, is the taxonomy of critical success factors for implementing corporate sustainability strategies. So this is the topic which I'm very focusing on. So this is why I would like to, first of all, discuss what is corporate sustainability governance, what is ESG, what is social responsibility, because from what I've seen in academia and what I've seen also in industry, there is a lot of times not well-defined terms, what some of the items are, which might create confusion, which might hinder also the progress. So first item that we have is the corporate sustainability governance. This is actually the integration of sustainable development principles to the business of operations, right? So most authors define the corporate sustainability governance from two different ways. First way is what comes from the definition of the World Commission on Environment and Development. So this means it talks about considering future generations. And the second topic is from the triple bottom line definition. This means from economic, social, and environmental responsibility of a company itself. So we have also, with my colleagues, we have also proposed our own definition of corporate sustainability. This is, we say that corporate sustainability is a way of operating that ensures the long-term economic growth and also value creation of the companies through the activities which are actually selected in a way that minimize negative and maximize positive impacts on the environment and socially, while also balancing the short-term and long-term effects. I think this is also very important that we see this double timing, so short-term, long-term, because a lot of times this can actually be a problem when implementing sustainability in companies, because it does, in many times, it does not bring short-term benefits, which means that top management sometimes will not decide for it because it does not bring, I would say, value, money in short term, and they do not see behind this that it's essential for the long-term development of the company and actually the possibility of the company to stay on the market. So then, as I mentioned, beside corporate sustainability governance, we also have similar terms, which are corporate sustainability, corporate social responsibility, ESG. So it's simple, it's very similar, it's true, but it has also some important differences between all of it. So all actually do focus on environmental, social responsibility. They all focus on stakeholder relations. Yes, it's true. But the difference is that corporate sustainability and corporate social responsibility, they are actually concepts which are meant for managing sustainability within the companies. And then the difference between them is that corporate sustainability is usually more strategically oriented. This means that these are the strategies behind, these are the actions behind which lead the company to improve itself, to reach some goals in the future, and also to position itself in sustainability. While corporate social responsibility, it's also good. It's good for environment. It's good for the community, but it's actually more of a bunch of different activities which companies do, but they do not have a strategic outcome planned with them. And then we have an ESG factor. We see a lot of times that, especially, for example, Asian companies, for example, especially I'm talking now China companies, they a lot of times use ESG as a term for their sustainability governance inside the companies. But actually, as a definition, ESG means environmental, social, and governance, and it's a term which is used for a measurable assessment framework in these three areas, which is used by investors and other stakeholders. So it's not a way of how the companies operate, but it's just how we measure this. Of course, we understand all of it, but I think that we need to really be clear to understand the basics, to know how to long-term implement sustainability. Okay, so now if we come to the second part, is what I wanted to maybe share a little bit with you is what actually is strategic then sustainability management in companies. This is, as I already mentioned, is a strategic and profit-oriented response to environmental and social issues which arise from organizations' operations. Its aim is to actually also generate benefits from environmental and social investments and enables the companies to develop a long-term competitive advantage out of it.
Dar nu spunem, că mă să-și oculează, că vreau să mai faci. Deci ce pas de mai faci? Cum?
Ana Maria, microfonul te rog.
Okay, I thought it's a question. Okay, so then what is the difference between like sustainability strategies and other business strategies? Because we know that we have many strategies in the companies, very important ones, or are lately also, for example, the digitalization strategy and so on. So the first difference is that it includes additional sustainability-related topics and factors which other business strategies do not include. Then the second is that it also must really be focusing on short as well as long-term strategic planning. And the third, I would say the most important one, is that it must have a broader consideration of external impacts, including also social and environmental impacts. So then, what is the state of the research on strategic sustainability management? We did a review of the state of art on it, and we see the increase of publications after year 2007, and then again after year 2016. It's actually present in various scientific fields, and it also differs in the extent to which the three sustainability pillars are incorporated. So the key themes that we see in research is the motives of the companies for implementing sustainability, the influence of company characteristics on implementing sustainability, role of stakeholders, the importance of factors influencing implementation success, and also the interconnections and mutual influence of integration of sustainability across different functional areas on one side, but also among the three sustainability pillars, so economical, social, and environmental. Okay. Okay. So this is shortly from my side. I just wanted to a bit share with you this overview of sustainability in strategic management. I think this is now raising topic. We see it's quite challenging lately also with the COP30, which happened or which finished this weekend in Brazil. We see on one side that the planet is dividing now. We see some of the companies, especially companies rich on oil, rich on natural inputs, that they are against decarbonization, while on the other side, European Union is pushing forward with decarbonization. We see a lot of also measures implemented, especially on EU level, which might have an impact on competitiveness of the companies within Europe, but also outside the Europe. So I think that the global leaders and the company leaders, they really need to understand what sustainability is, what it really means, and how it should be utilized to actually get a benefit for the companies out of it in the end as well. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Butolan. And now I think that Professor George Lazarou has a question for you.
Yes.
Please proceed, Professor George.
Hello, Professor Butolan. My question is, how can we unify so many different definitions of sustainability, just in terms of exports, for example? thinking of procedures like Temu or other such companies undertake. Well, do they have a clear definition of what sustainability means in terms of exports, or of being evaluated in terms of their way of producing things, or how these things are happening with regard to what sustainability means, and whether some sort of common definition is?
Yeah, I think this is actually the biggest challenge, not also for academia, but also actually for also then industrial implication, because there is no clear definition. There are no clear rules. Each country has different laws, is implementing different rules. Then also what I see as a problem is also that, for example, even carbon footprint, this can be calculated in so many different ways. Different emission factors can be taken, which really influences the outcomes. So I think to be able to have a unified definition and unified also decisions, sometime will need to pass, that the methodology will be more developed. Yeah, but I think we are going into the right direction. We are just not there yet, so to say. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Ușca Bulanen.
Okay, thank you.
Professor Gurgu, you are muted. We cannot hear you, sorry.
Thank you, Professor Tusha. Thank you a lot. I've seen that our number 3 keynote speaker, I hear. Yes. Now my connection was lost for a few moments. Please. Professor George.
Okay, dear Dr. Damian Keziora, you can start your presentation.
If you have a better please present the next. Thank you, George. Professor Damian, can you hear us? I think it's a problem with the internet connection. Can you?
He seems to be online.
Yes. I've seen it earlier, but it looks like Professor Keziora cannot hear us. Let's introduce Professor Dusan Stojakovic meantime, because he's the next. What do you say, George? Oh, Professor Dusan? I'm
here.
Okay.
I'm ready.
But Damian Keziora can hear us. Please let Damian Keziora now.
Okay, Professor Keziora, if you can hear us. Are you ready to speak to us, Professor Keziora? Hey, George.
I'll ask him right here in the chat. perhaps he also, no, I mean...
Professor gets your until the...
Once again, I can hear you very well.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Great.
You hear me? You do?
Yes.
We can also see you.
Fantastic. Hello. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I am ready. May I go?
Yes.
Yes. Professor Damian Chetiora is from Lund University, Lahti in Finland. And he is going to present a very interesting paper about agentic process automation when RPA gets empowered by AI. When we are ready, please proceed, Professor Damian.
Thanks. I'll maybe start with sharing the screen. Can you please confirm that you can see it?
Yes, we can see it. Yes. Great. Thank you.
Very nice. I'm not that used to the Google stack, but let's try. Let's hope it will work. So once again, thank you so much for having me, for inviting me. The title of the presentation is about the agentic process automation. So when robotic process automation will be getting empowered by the AI, artificial intelligence. And yeah, this is actually not a presentation of a paper. So I'm not presenting any paper here per se, but I was preparing more like a keynote presentation, very short one, because we have about 15 minutes, including Q&A, including questions and answers. So it's actually really brief, and it's just a pinpoint of the phenomena that I've been observing. Yeah, and before I go, just maybe 1 or 2 minutes about myself. So I live in Helsinki. I work in Lahti, which is not too far, maybe 1 hour drive north from my home. And our university, so Lund University, it's maybe 60 years old technological university that we have in Lappeenranta and in Lahti in Finland. I am also doing some guests and some visiting professorships in Poland, in Warsaw. But yeah, I had worked also probably over 10 years, maybe 11 years in the industry. I worked for the banking and ICT industry for Nordea, Fujitsu. And I have also this docentship in business process automation software here in Lund. So the place where I also did my PhD, because actually Lappeenranta University of Technology is now LUT University. We just changed the name 4 years ago. And I've been mostly interested in researching those topics related with software and automation in the software and automation of processes. So how can we use automation software to automate some business processes, and also how the very software, how the very production of software gets automated itself, which is lately bringing us a lot closer to low-code platforms and no-code platforms. Yeah, as well as big role and applicability of artificial intelligence components there. And yeah, as I said, so I've been looking at the market of intelligent automation for some years now. I think that, for example, this robotic process automation technology, which was very popular and very important, I think that it started around 2015, 16, 17 was a huge boom of that. So maybe we can tell that it's around 8-10 years that I've been intensively studying these things. And there are two very simple quotes that we can start with. First of all, there is all the time this dilemma and this big discussion of how we should automate things, and should we automate the work, should we automate the processes or not? And there is two persons, there is Peter Backlund and there is Henry Ford. Henry Ford, actually, we were calling him the father of outsourcing, and he was a very talented constructor of cars from France over 100 years ago. Then he moved to the US, and both of them, you see, even Henry Ford a long time ago was saying that if you need some machine, some automation, some robotization, and you don't buy it, then you will actually find that you have it and you paid for it, but you don't have it. Actually, you don't control it. So and also Peter Bicklund was saying, what happens if we invest in development of our people and they leave? And even worse could be the response, like, what happens if we don't invest in automation and we don't invest in developing people and they stay? So in my opinion, again, automation of processes, automation of work is something very, very obvious, and something that we must definitely follow, and something that we have to study and learn. And there is very many things going on now in the market, so we should definitely be aware of that. And again, as I mentioned at the beginning, the first technology that I really got interested at around 8 years ago was this RPA, so robotic process automation, which was about building some piece of software, building some computer program that would be just performing something automatically instead of a human worker that was doing it in the past. So maybe in the past there was some person in accounting or customer service or procurement or I don't know, finance, bank, whatever, and they were doing some process manually, and now we were building this RPA software robot to get it automated. And again, it was based on pretty much simple rule-based workflows. It was just very logical. It was very deterministic when it comes to the results out there. So pretty much the quality of the input determined the quality of the output. No mistakes, very simple, straightforward, implementable so fast. And then I would say that the last 2-3 years, maybe 4 years, starting actually still from 21, when we had that boom of language models. So then there was the moment when the discussion about artificial intelligence, or the discussion about the role and the influence of machine learning and algorithmics, how it influenced our work, it very much got up to speed. And now we have this big boom of AI agents, as we call them. So we would have just some language model that we can just deploy as an AI agent, as we call this piece of software. So it's just kind of piece of software that would be coming with some promise of contextual understanding and would be able to handle some very complex tasks. But then again, those tasks should be quite low volume and should be highly unstructured here, and would be some very specific, very many times they are based on communication, on some emails or maybe phone calls or maybe some voice that goes through voice recognition solutions. So there is now this big agentic AI movement, I would say. It's getting so strong, like RPA was getting 10 years ago. But now in between of that, and this is the things that I've been studying with my doctoral students, with my also master students, so the little, let's say, research team that I'm working with or kind of leading, is this agentic process automation. So this new thing that we want to position in between RPA and AA, or agentic AI. So here we would still have the very workload the very workflow which is based on the RPA solution. So there will be the steps of the process that are normally executed by some RPA software. But there is this little difference that when in the past we had this human in the loop, so there will be parts of the processes like some decisions, some unusual transactions, some transactions or some inputs that would be actually out of range. You know, like an example, you program the bot not to handle invoices that are bigger than 2 million euro, and then if the invoice is 3 million euro, it just doesn't get done. It goes to manual processing immediately, back to manual normal human workers. But here we would, instead of human in the loop, we would first put this AI agent in the loop. So there will be first this language model solution in between that would be like based on reinforcement learning, as most LLMs. It would be trying to still react and handle this transaction based on the occupied defined rule. And then we would be really treating human workforce or normal alive employees as a last resource that they would be also engaged with. But those medium to low volume workloads, when some cognition is needed, would be still handled by AI agents. So this is maybe something that we want to look at, and we will try to study in between RPA and agentic AI. And having said that, I think that I'm done with my 15 minutes. So it's just a little touch of my reflections here, and I hope that now we can go with some questions or answers if you have them.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Damian Keziora. My question is whether you envisage some sort of autonomous agentic AI that is these systems communicate among one to each other or among others in order to find the better solutions, and thus human professionals won't have to decide upon which of them is best in carrying out some task.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very good question. And I can tell that I can imagine, yes. So definitely it seems feasible. You know, I think that everything depends on your process, on your need, or your specific example. There is definitely, you know, it's like with risk management. You always think about the business impact, and you also think about like probability of mistake, because every probabilistic software, if it's like, you know, general AI, any kind of AI thing, it will always make some mistakes, some hallucination. There is always some accuracy rate, as we call it. Like accuracy can be 99%, but it's pretty much never 100%. It's always some kind of risk, and very much it depends on your process, you know, on your need. If there is something critically, you know, dangerous or risky, you know, if you think about healthcare or military or these contexts, they would not be actually so open immediately and happy with those solutions, but they would need to be more careful and more controlling. But if you think about some low risk context like entertainment or maybe even customer service at some point, many times I can imagine those autonomous agents that will be handling things fantastically, and they can do things even really better than we do. Same like, you know, with car navigation or whatever. There is many solutions that are better than people.
I just thought that autonomous can be correlated with artificial general intelligence algorithms and then with super intelligence algorithms. And thus there will be no more hallucinations, for example.
Yeah, this is another huge thing, huge topic. Hard to say. I do not know. Hard for me to comment. No one pretty much knows, I think, but it's extremely interesting. It would be very interesting to talk more about it. And of course, the debate will never finish around it.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Demetziora, for joining us and for taking your time to join us.
Once again, also thank you from my side. I'm very honored. I know it was very short, but all of you can connect maybe with LinkedIn or just send me an email and we can continue discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Damien. Bye. Yes, and now our next speaker, our number 5 speaker. Are you here with us, Professor Dusan? Are you still here?
I'm still here, and I hope that you hear me.
Okay, my friend. Professor Dusan Stojakovic is coming from the Information Technology School, ITC, Belgrade, Serbia, and his paper is talking about artificial intelligence between data and emotion, societal implications of digitization and human interaction. When you are ready, you can proceed, Professor.
Thank you so much, dear and respected Professor Gurgu, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. And we had a chance to hear some amazing papers, and I had a chance to get some new insights. But before I start, I would like just to give you one explanation. My paper is a short one, and it is not about reinventing the wheel when we talk about AI. But I felt it very important, being a professor, to make it a call to all of you to try to influence our students to use the AI in an ethical way. We live in the moment where AI gave even precise definition and pieces of advice to a person how to kill itself. It's nonsense. So this is what motivated me to do this short paper, and just to try to call all of you just to think of this and try to make a difference, try to influence some young people, really to use their head, because this is just a good tool, not a replacement for human being, for people. And since we are behind the schedule a bit, I would use my short version of presentation because I prepared both, and usually professors sometimes talk too much, usually I talk too much, so this time I would try to be very short and to the point. Let me just share it. 1 second, please. I hope you should see my presentation in a minute.
Yes. We can see it.
Fantastic. Okay, so then I continue, not to waste any time. 1 sec. So are the slides moving now?
Yes.
Okay. So as I told you, my motivation was just to see the difference between two parts of this story, about the data that comes from one side and about the emotion that comes from the other side. And this is especially important because today we're facing something that I didn't mention in my paper, but this is important to know, that one of the main challenges of the humankind is how to think of enough energy and to make it green to feed the AI. And also another thing that is important, each search within the AI is responsible for emissions of 0.02 grams of CO2. So this is important what we need to know, and this is the context where I wanted to place this idea. So this is not a brainer, but digitalization transforms everything around us, starting from our communication, to our work, to our relationships. More and more, we are dedicated to some digital helpers, AI helpers, some tools, even interviews in the HR being done by the computers, by the artificial softwares, and so on and so on. Okay, it is obvious also that AI tools require ethical, skilled use, but let us see where is the breaking point. Also, what happened previously, and maybe we take it for granted, COVID-19 time accelerated digital dependency. We became digitally dependent during that time, of course, because of the lockdown, because of the distance between us. And, this is it. It is the fact. It is a phenomena. So we also need to step back a bit to see how we came to this position where we stand now. And this is what I wanted to do, a short journey through the evolution of digital society through Webs 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. From the Web 1.0, static information was something that was standing behind that story, while in the Web 2.0 we are having interaction, and now in this one we have AI, we have decentralization, and it is very important to know that users shifted from consumers to creators. So we are all media owners, and our media are our profiles. So AI amplifies users' influence and participation. And also, if we maybe move to some other fields like sustainability that we heard from the professor from Slovenia, it is also important about how to deal with stakeholders. But let me come back to the topic. It is all about big data and AI. When I started some of my researches, I was thinking why big data matters so much. And I think that even the scientists didn't know what would happen in the meantime with big data, but the whole thing about big data is just to feed the AI to give us some more data, as I showed on the bullet point number 2. So AI depends on massive data sets, and this is the source, this is the food to feed the AI. Symbolic loop, data goes to AI goes to more data, and this is important to understand. Usually we chit-chat with AI and we do it each day, a majority of people, and I just want to call everyone to be responsible and sustainable when using the AI, because as I told you, 0.02 grams, and if you come from the countries like Serbia, it is even bigger, 0.03, and so on, because we start some processes, we start some data journey, we need electricity for this process, and so on. Ethical issues that arise at the very moment are privacy, ownership, and bias. Environmental impact of computation is also important, and we definitely need to support the agenda of stopping climate changes and, trying to make the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So what are the AI limits and human role? This is important part because being involved in some projects also at the Wharton University Business School at Pennsylvania, we were trying to see where is the border between AI and AI ability. And this was my first idea to try to bring closer the AI ability phenomena. It is the moment where AI meets human ability. So this is good for academic discussion. Actually, AI extends cognition but lacks empathy. And nowadays we're also facing one, also from one point of view, it's a bizarre process of trying to build and develop mother's instinct to the AI. This is something that lacks to the AI, and it is being done these days. I'm not on the same track with those who are doing so, because from my point of view, it is a fake empathy, and if we have a fake empathy, we're having huge problems to come. It can replace emotional intuition or presence, and this is why it is important not to use it just to take it for granted. And this is how it happened that he explained the person how to commit the suicide. Useful for support, but not deep therapeutic work. This is important to understand when we talk about AI and about some psychological psychotherapy aspects of it. So AI offers availability and anonymity. It means that we could reach it at any time, we could stay anonymous. When we talk about some topics like, for example, depression, these topics are even in Serbia, in contemporary Serbia, they are stigma still. So we need to overcome such phenomena. Non-verbal embodied cues remain irreplaceable. Of course, in therapeutic alliance requires human depth. So human depth is the critical part in here, and we need to stick to it. So is this our reality? I think from some point of view it is, but we need to deal with it very carefully. So what is the interconnection between mental health and AI? I had a chance to take a look at some researches, and they say that people are more and more depending on even robots and AI doing operational surgical procedures and so on, very complicated and complex, and it is being taken for granted. So AI tools and AI services, not to mention any particular one, but in a general as a phenomena, they could be used in early detection of some symptoms, of some diseases, then mood tracking and psychoeducation, and this is fine. And they could be helpful adjunct, not replacement for clinicians, because clinical experiences sometimes that gives the variety of cases and not the generalization that could be an issue with the AI. And there is critical need for responsible integration. So this responsible integration makes a difference. If we do it taken for granted, then we are in a huge problem. If we do it with high ethical standards and with responsible way, step by step, of course, and to the limits where it is appropriate, I think we could use it for good of mankind. So where do we stand today? Emotional relief through AI remains fundamentally different from the work. While AI can simulate empathy through language patterns, it does not possess lived experiences. And to be honest, I had a chance to deal with some AI tools that were trying to present the emotion of the tone of voice of some media representation of some phenomena, some word or some press clipping or so. And it was pretty good. But it is just a language pattern, and this is it. Because language patterns are being built inside the AI and it evolves during the time and so on and so on. Psychotherapy operates on multiple dimensions that extend beyond spoken words. I mean, body language also is important. So, do we live this picture now? I think yes, we do. But still, it is all up to us. We need to be aware of that. So we need to also use in an ethical way AI when it comes to labor market. AI reshapes jobs but doesn't eliminate work. Today in Serbia we are having, let's say, for example, banks are replacing people with some AI tools and so on and so on. It's a painful process, but we need to really stay within ethical and human rights, high standards in this one. Benefits. We could get some efficiency, creativity, and data insights, but we have risks. We could have privacy loss. We could have some over-reliances and skill erosion, of course. But if we talk about, for example, Gen Z today, I think skill erosion is going on for sure. So we need also to act. I think this is also important, the same as the climate changes nowadays. So cultural perspective from Serbian point of view, it's a broad narrative communication style. We talk a lot about AI here. AI can improve digital literacy and clarity. And I think that at the moment, the best usage of it in countries like this could be as a learning instrument. It could bring a difference. It could bring even some budget savings. So what could be ethical and human-centered AI? Actually, it is all about transparency, accountability, and human oversight. And if you talk about transparency and balance, of course, brought to the transparency on top of transparency, we are talking about sustainable society. AI should enhance, not replace human judgment. This is the critical. It should help, but not replace. It should enhance. It should give us some new experiences, some new holistic approach, but not replace our own human judgment. And in my conclusion, AI is structural force shaping society for sure. And this is already going on. Human traits, empathy, intuition remain essential. And I'm against building inside the AI the mother's instinct. I think this is the mother nature, not the AI. So goal-balanced, ethical, human-centered AI integration could be, let's say, a good portion of the adequate use of this. And just to make this potentially long story short, I would just like to thank you for your attention and for future ethical use of AI. This is what I prepared for today, and I hope you liked it. It was short, but I think it was to the point. You have a lot more points in my paper. Yes, Professor?
Thank you so much, Professor Stojanovic, for your very consistent presentation. Well, my question is whether what we nowadays think of AI and analyze it in terms of ethics cannot be changed by future developments. For example, in terms of organoid intelligence, that is a lot of technologies integrate portions of human bodies, and thus perhaps will somehow be forced to rethink the entire process of interpreting ethics. Just in the transhumanist movement, for example, perhaps we, to compete with robots, autonomous and automation systems, and so on, with generative AI, will be forced to adapt somehow, and on the one hand, to transform a lot of chatbots. A lot of people, like to interact with chatbots, even for affection, because tend to be more people pleaser than human beings. And perhaps they will marry robots and so on, and chatbots. That is one case in China. A woman has created some sort of ChatGPT version of some sort of DeepSeek, and she married that app. Well, and thus perhaps there will be such a pressure upon us that will bend upon our ethics in order to be professionally successful or socially successful.
Actually, thank you very much for this very important point. This is something that is, for me, beside this mother's instinct, the crucial, even before the mother's instinct, the crucial part in it. And when you mentioned this case from China, I saw on Instagram, for example, some profiles that offer you some AI tools that you could create your ideal partner. And this is the online ideal partner. This is the fake world. If you talk about simulacrums and simulations, Jean Baudrillard, I mean, this is super dangerous. And I think on the other hand, when we talk, for example, about legal compliance, such services and so on, such tools could speed up processes. They could offer agility, but we need to make the border where we need to stop. What is the dimension of critical thinking? And of course, we need to adapt. You're right, we need to adapt. Everything is changing. The language is changing. I mean, something that was, for example, in Serbia not acceptable, of formal language-wise, now it is the modern language, and it is in the books. So not to talk about some dynamic categories like AI, ChatGPT, or any other service. And, we are now bombarded with some commercials on the digital channels. You're using only ChatGPT, you're old school. You need to divide the portfolio of the services that you're using. So, yeah, this is very disruptive world, but we need to stick to the ethics for sure. And thank you so much for raising this point. This is super important.
Also, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Dragoș Ungureanu, also Professor Dragoș, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. You also triggered my interest related to AI and the direct link between AI and climate change. On one hand, you pointed out that there are some negative sides by increasing energy consumption and GHG, the greenhouse gas emissions, through its huge data centers and computing. But on the other hand, of course, we can discuss about the positive side by using the right tools to optimize climate change. So, where do you see the balance? How do you see the finding solutions on this issue? I mean, it's so thin. So the line is so. If you can detail a little bit on that.
It's a tiny ice, and thank you so much for pointing out this. I think that benefits than the risks, but the point is in the idea of each and every person contributing to an agenda. It is like brushing your teeth. A lot of people do not close their water while brushing the teeth. Those 2 minutes, the water is running. We spill 20 liters of water each day, several times a day, and our relatives and so on and so on. This is same like ChatGPT. We should search responsibly. We should know how to structure the prompt in the right way, not to waste our time, or not to use some time that is wasted, just to fill it with chit-chatting with ChatGPT. We should ask in a clever way. This is the same with Googling. If you Google a lot, the same consequences like using ChatGPT. But the point is that we have more benefits if we use the tool in a responsible way. And it depends on the country where you access from. For example, in Serbia, actually the electricity here is from the dirty sources. It is the dirty electricity. That's the problem. In some Western European countries, it is more clean because you have renewable energy, you have solar panels, you have wind turbines, and so on and so on. We have some electricity source that is the 4th largest emitter of CO2 emissions in the EU. So if you take it from that point of view, then just chit-chatting in Serbia is just giving some bad aspects to the green agenda. While if you do it, for example, from Romania, I think the situation is much better, or from Germany. I think in education, the key is in education. We need to educate. We need to think. We need to be aware of each process that we're taking part in. That is the point. Personal responsibility, when it's combined to the societal one, I think that's the key to do something good for the planet and for climate change, of course.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dusan. And now I've seen earlier Professor Jovan Ivkovic preparing himself. Professor Jovan Ivkovic is preparing a paper with Helena Ivkovic. They are coming from Information Technology School from Belgrade, Serbia, as Professor Dusan, and they're going to present us their paper about sovereign edge AI LLMS. Professor Ivkovic, can you hear us? Or probably I lost my connection. George, can you hear me?
Yes, I can also see you.
I have seen Professor Ivkovic a little bit earlier.
He's online, right?
And
perhaps he is trying somehow to communicate with us, because now he has intermittent connection, it seems.
Oh, okay, I see.
Hear me?
Great, Professor, great.
Maybe because of the phones, they have a problem. They have a microphone problem.
Yes.
You also freeze for time to time, just to inform you.
I know, because I lost my connection so many times.
Okay. Hello to everyone, and thank you for being here.
Hello.
I hope
hello, finally.
Finally. I will try to make it as short as it can be, because I have a lecture after it. So I will share my presentation.
Yes, thank you, Professor.
Presentation. Allow. Show screen anyway. Show screen. Yes, right. Do we see it?
Yes, take your time, Professor.
Okay. I don't see it right now, but we will wait for it. Okay, before it starts, let's say, well, I started the presentation because, let's be pointy, it's like something about an hour and some 20 minutes later than I expected. So, over the last few years, we watched something remarkable happens. Powerful AI systems have moved enormous data centers via access through the APIs and chat windows. It's impressive, shall we say. But it looks very familiar. and we'll hear all the time about the problems of big systems and how it's energy inefficient and stuff like that. And this history is repeating. It all looks like mainframe era. But then only big institutions can afford computing. Ordinary people didn't have own computer. Nobody owned computer, but
Professor, we cannot see your presentation. Have you put it on the screen?
Yes, I put it on the screen, and I don't see it either. Okay, wait to see what is going on. Stop sharing. Share again. Sharing. Presentation. Allow. Now. Just tell me if you see it. No, yes or no?
Same thing. We cannot see it, but I don't know why. It's okay. You can only talk about it.
Stop sharing. Will not stop sharing. What's the problem here? Present something else. Windows. Partial SharePoint. Okay, allowed.
You must stop the sharing.
Okay, I don't know why. I can share the whole window. I tried that. Whole window. But stop sharing. Present something else. Okay. Meet document. Entire screen. You see my entire screen. I will switch to. Yes, you see it now.
Yes. Now it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, the idea is clear. We live in the similar times that we live in 60s and 70s with the big systems, and big systems are becoming a bigger one, and all the stuff that we use and we make eventually end up on some central point, on some centralized, shall I say, position that is learning from it. We don't know what it's learning from it. They say it's secure, that it's on cloud. I am pioneer of cloud computing, so I can tell you big data was introduced so that it can analyze all your garbage and recycle some information that you don't use. So I propose the idea is a sovereign edge, i.e. LLMs, so with sovereign edge I, to be point blank, as a seal, not as a animal that swing and eat all the fishes and thank us for the fishes, but sovereign edge identical multimodal LLMs as personal air gap. That air gap is very important. That means disconnected with a big gap between you and eventually centralized computer systems and stuff like that. Why? Because you need a decision assured, confidential, your low latency decision support or any support from my system. So presentation is a bit long, so I skip to a main point. That's a relatively novel idea. That sounds now like introducing edge computing back in 2015. What is this idea? The main concept today is make bigger, make data centers bigger. So they invest in the circular economy about trillions in trillions of US dollars and stuff like that in even bigger data centers to promote the technology that is, I don't say it's obsolete, but they need to get a dividend and pay back for that, and we will eventually live in that era another 10 to 15 and 20 years. But the same thing in the 1970s, big systems, big corporations like IBM and little dwarfs make big computers, and you buy them and use them, and you are in closed ecosystem. And eventually some enthusiasts start the idea about personal computing back, let's say 50 years now ago, and eventually it grew up to personal computing. So I can also grow to personal computing. It has all the shall I say, all the marks that the times are similar. And the point is how just to present that idea, it's not a bridge that I want to sell you. That's a bridge that we can build. So today, practice rely heavily on centralized cloud-based LLMs. We know that control a small number of global providers, evident. Such architecture achieve impressive scalability, yes. But can we be sure that our company informations won't end up as somebody's corporate, shall I say, some other corporate entity, strategic leadership, eventually not yours? No. And that's the point. If you are a decision maker, that's the point. It's not, we don't need to be, to start, to make it personal. Is it selling your personal information stuff? No. You have a decision that you want to make about your business prospect and your company directions. And if it's eventually centralized, who guarantees you that big platform that providing you AI support in any kind is not a third party with another contracting company on the other part of the world that is using your ID? No, nobody. It's usually used. We're sure about that. Starting point for this paper is previous research decision support systems and about local AI agentic LLMs that can be run on edge computing. We've done it over the last years. So, shall I say, let's see, sovereign edge. LLMs, sovereign local system decision, personal organization AI on the edge, local air gapped under your control, from cloud centralized computing to something that is sovereign decision support system on your own. The same thing that was introduced back then with the idea with the personal computer in an office that you can do your work. You don't need a mainframe terminal. You don't need a connection. You do your stuff and what you want to do, and you are free. And that's the idea. That's the idea. Is it in the business realm, like in illustration, or is something like that, something else? And if you watch this frame, that's a main frame of personal AI. Centralized computing and decentralized computing are switching, well, they say, so they say that's a regular cycle of recycling all of the ideas, centralization, decentralization, like in fashion. You can wear something 10 years from 10 years ago because the fashion is repeating itself. That's the same stuff. You have personal. After that, you have 2010's internet, and with the internet, start the centralization. You have websites that's servers on the other side. You are just web client, and eventually we end up with centralized again. And that's AI. It's something that think about what you do, think with you about you want to do, and that's eventually risky. Why sovereign IJ? Cloud first, AI-centric data model and decision. What is the problem? It's obvious. Regulatory, geopolitical, privacy pressure toward local sovereignty. Do we need it in Europe? In Europe, we need it. We are on the other side of the Atlantic, on the other side of the continent. We have solutions. Eventually, what we have in Europe, nothing, almost nothing. Not something globally recognized. Oh, we have a French Mistral, yes, that's the only thing that we have. Not every decision can rely on remote opaque models. See sovereign localization agenting on the edge. To global is eyes at yours under your policies and your hardware. And I will speed up this because I'm in a hurry and I have 40 something like that. Motivation. Fragmentation and trade war that is going on over this past year tended to the global decentralization and everything migrate to local again. high regulations from all sides, and you don't have a control of, shall I say, how to make your organization need resilient when the cloud eventually breaks. And we have that phenomenon a few times this year, also not so long ago, I don't say that. Critical sector, finance, energy, public sectors need the data sovereignty, don't need all the auditability, predictable risks, and stuff like that. And I think that seal, not a giant edge, is already with us. The seal will be response. It should be response. It will be edge-based. And now what we call edge is a personal connector or disconnected, embedded or not, device that you can wear, you can have in your car, in your computer is edge device eventually, in any form. That's the same concept as ubiquitous computing, but with the I. So when I say ubiquitous I, it will be, shall I say, I disrupt the idea and introduce that seal naming. Sovereign I decision, sure die, and skips. This technological framework, what we tried and all proved that it's possible is done with some edge devices on SBCs like Raspberry Pi with enough RAM, on PCs with little bit more RAM. We have rather old PC with a decent amount of RAM. You can use it for this decent middle tier LLM, and it worked. It was ultimately faster, but it provides the answer only to you, so it's fast. You don't need any faster than that. About the framework sensor application, let's keep that. How it look when it's made with Raspberry? It look eventually only carbon footprint that this is made with video card. Raspberry Pi is something like 20 watts. This uses 170. What we have as architecture: input layer, user interface, sensor, business, whatever. Knowledge layer, local document storage. It's also have an retrieval argument generation, agentic LLM, whatever you can put it, depend on your available resources. Usually some LLM with 7 to 20, it's 20 gigabytes, it's okay. You can quantize 20 gigabytes. For example, even OpenAI, pre-trained OpenAI OSS model, that's something like GPT-4o, it can be run with that. It's orchestrations and stuff like that. It's also agentic on local decision books and governance. You control everything, like a PC. You are local administrator of your system. You can train it, you can retrain it. Eventually, the training of instance will take a little bit long. You can use already made, but you control the flow of information. What else we can do in the edge system? You have model implementation. I show something like how already used system can work on 60 gigabyte VRAM on graphical card and produce a rather decent explanation about strategies, how to employ and prevent loss in the event of ever rising tariffs and stuff like that. It's on our previous work. We even theorize with a little bit older hardware. We don't put some new and shiny NVIDIA 50,000, 95,000 euros card in it. Rather old stuff. So that when the edge sponsor, so they say edge something like 100,000 euros to make, for example. And we also some benchmarking and reasonably quality, have 90% is correct logical structure and text scenarios. Is feasible. That's very important. About speeds, tokens per second. Per token is a part of the word, usually 2 parts per word. So it generates reasonably fast, like very fast typing machine. So you get your answers. Business area as a result of reasoning test, generate structures of meter plans, and what we did, what was the main concept of idea that we like have. That is a local agent, 50 minutes. Continuous next various scenarios and stuff like that, and I skipped all those stuff. You can read it in paper when you publish. That's it. I will show you. There is the paper. You can read all the 13 details. Also, we have a mathematical proof of, about seal concept, about seal layers, okay, about calibrations of probabilities, metric decisions, how it's perceived, how we can guarantee that is CVAR is value to risk is proper. Also change time decisions. 40 pages. That's, I think, that is important. What was important also to make a metrics evaluation. We put it through the simulate. It's a problem. Simulate. All the decision quality metrics that it's proposed. Also, as I told you, it's something is already proposed in the international ISO standard, even in the EU Act from this year, that it needs to be reliable and stuff like that, and so on. Something like, and we make it, as I said, error results and conclusion. That's it. 40 something before it put in your before I put it in your format template. So I will switch back my presentation so that you can ask if you have something. I must hurry on. Stop presenting. So.
Thank you, Professor.
What we saw with that idea,
I don't know,
just to summarize, right? Just to summarize, what we propose, it's excellent. All the fact that we are thinking and we are grasping about AI, using AI in the corporation is based on the for me, all concept. Today's concept of cloud-based big data computing that we call AI, because it's run AI models on it. It's, shall we say, 10 years we will think about it the past, I hope. That's okay. I'll switch now to questions.
Thank you, Professor Ivkovic. Are you ready with your presentation? Yes. Georgia, do you have any more questions?
Yes, I would like to ask Professor Ivkovic. Perhaps I misunderstood you at the beginning of your presentation. You mentioned about the relationship between, for example, lending or borrowing, better said, borrowing some sort of computing or computer services and then owning a computer, and perhaps if we can own some sort of artificial intelligence as, for example, owning some sort of metaverse. And the question is whether it is not enough that we can create our own apps, because we don't own the internet, but we have computers. We cannot own artificial intelligence in themselves, but we can create some apps, and perhaps, for example, some technologies like blockchain might help in terms of proprietorship.
Okay, now just to disappoint you, whole idea is not to be connected. Whole idea that you have a sovereign, discrete, so let's say confidential system. it can be federalized, and I talk about it in the paper. You can find it also. So, like a PC, you can connect your PC to another PC, but when you don't want to connect, you can work on it. In first 10 to 15 years, you work on your PC and enjoy working on your PC and connect to a central, shall I say, central computer just to pull out data that you can access in your Access or Excel and do stuff like that. But you are free to do what you want. You are not guided by the policies that, for example, OpenAI or Grok or somebody else is putting on you, and limitation that you can do that and you can do that, not that, and that your information. No. If somebody told us 30 years ago, 40 years ago, we will put computer in your home so that it can be connected to central point, and your government or your other institutional companies can read what you think, what you thought, what you do, watch you, and have a legal right to watch what you are doing. People in 70s, we have goodbye. Not enough for television and some messages in the commercials. I don't need that. But we eventually agree to that without reading small letters, with the internet. And the stuff goes on. And the stuff goes on to the cloud. And they told us, that the cryptic, it's protect your data. I was the pioneer of cloud computing 2009. When Cisco says it's cloud computing, I said, what cloud? That's great computing. I made a few systems that are grid connected platforms that have geographic distance data centers for replication and stuff like that. And then there's cloud. Okay, we call it now cloud. After that, they said in 2012, IBM said, where I was working in World Bank then, said, we can compress your data on the cloud so you can manipulate your data faster. That's a big data. I said, big data, analyze. What you do with analyze? Who analyze that data? You. Okay. Eventually, when OpenAI started, I joined in 2020. It was proposed as open community. You have your ideas, you put your ideas there, and we all work, GitHub, stuff like that. GPT-2 is ours. And then, what little goblins, programmers, and stuff like that, expel all the scientists who make that and join with Microsoft, with big goblin to make their share. That's open in OpenAI. Nothing. Do you know what your model is training? What's your neural network in deep learning? They don't know also what is unsupervised learning model. But point is this: eventually, prior or later, you will be framed as another part of world that was not compatible with the East or the West. You know what that started. They say the Chinese will find you. What are you doing 70 years for now? No. You understand? We live in Serbia. The same thing. Where the big boys with the elephants play in the room. You know what was getting hurt? Grass. So I don't want to be a grass. We have to have a personal computing. We have to have a personal eye, personal eventually decision support them. That's a blasphemy to say for my side now. I don't want to end up like Tesla, locked by, shall I say, JP Morgan on Long Island with a crazy scientist tower because he need to sell some copper mine and oil and railways 100 years ago. And now we have electric cars, not electric in the sense that it's expected to be, because they need to sell lithium, cobalt, and stuff like that. So they need to make a battery in it. So, answer to the question is, yes, it can federalize, but you control the connection. You control. Eventually, I hope we will develop that idea that it has a federative concept that will be based eventually on the legacy of blockchain, mesh connections with the several point controlled by by the cryptic. I hope I give you understanding because it's only a concept. You don't have it now.
Thank you so much, Professor Ivkovic. Your paper is
okay.
Elena just phrased. Thank you very much, Professor Ivkovic.
Okay.
With the paper called.
Please again. Oh, Elena, you freeze.
Reliability of artificial intelligence. Are you here with us, Professor Bocconi?
She just praised your presentation.
Okay, nice. Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
If you want to address another question, you can. Because I don't have an internet connection, very good internet connection right now. So if Professor Jovan Ivkovic wants to I don't know, to continue, he can do it.
Okay. Now, if there is no question, I'll need to go. I have in less than half hour. I need to be teaching. No?
Professor Pokorny.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. How are you, Professor?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great. Professor Slavko Pokorny is from the Information Technology School, Belgrade, Serbia, and is going to talk about the reliability of artificial intelligence. When you are ready, you can proceed, Professor Pokorny, please.
Let me start. Let me start the presentation.
Yes. Take your time.
I cannot see the presentation.
Do you want to help you, Professor Pokorny?
Yes, if you can.
Cătălin, are you here? Poți să-l îndrumi pe Profesor Pokorny, te rog, din punct de vedere tehnic, sau este cineva care îl poate îndruma?
Or he can be helped by Raluca by playing the
Raluca nu are prezentarea profesorului Pokorny.
He can send it to you or
no.
Marco,
Professor Pokorny, yes, it's okay. It's okay right now, but share all the screen. All the screen. Choose all the screen. Now you are out, Professor Pokorny. But you can stop it, and after that you can play it again. Unfortunately, I don't have a great internet connection also.
Well, Elena, Professor Pokorny can
speak. Yes, can speak.
Can send his paper to Raluca, and She can
only having his presentation in front, and we can hear you.
If Raluca is with us, she can.
No, she's not with us. Raluca is not with us. Oh, great, Professor. Now we can see your presentation. And now you can talk whenever you want to. You can present. Great, Professor. But we cannot hear you. You just put your microphone on mute, Professor Pokorny. Professor Pokorny, please enable your microphone because we cannot hear you. George, tu mă auzi?
Yes, I can hear you.
I think that Professor Pokorny has the same problem. Yes. We can hear you now, and we can see you now, Professor Pokorny.
But you cannot see my presentation.
We have seen it, yes.
Yeah, you can hear.
Yes.
Fine, just fine.
Great.
So I will start.
Yes, please.
So everything can fail, and artificial intelligence is not an exception. Of course, AI, or artificial intelligence, is usually an attempt to replace human intelligence with machine intelligence, but human reasoning can sometimes fail. We know that, yeah? So AI can fail in a similar way. And if something can fail, and the car can fail, yeah, computer can fail, yeah, we as people can fail. So in that case, we speak about reliability. Artificial intelligence is mainly realized as software, but in order to work, it needs certain hardware and, of course, data and human. So we can speak about all of these, about hardware reliability, software reliability, data reliability, and human reliability. And in order to relate this to the theme of this conference, yeah, what if you rely completely on AI when making business decisions, and AI gives you wrong suggestions? Can it be dangerous? Yes, of course, it can be dangerous. So we can raise the question about AI reliability on unreliability. When we speak about artificial intelligence, of course, we must define what it is. There is no generally accepted definition of artificial intelligence. And for this presentation, for this article, I accepted the definitions accepted by the government of the Republic of Serbia, and it is also accepted by the European Commission in 2019. And it says that artificial intelligence refers to the systems that display intelligent behavior by analyzing the environment and taking actions, of course, with some degree of autonomy to achieve specific goals. Of course, definition of artificial intelligence changes with time, and I will say something about this later. When you speak about reliability, the definition of reliability also changes with time, but generally, reliability is defined as the ability of an item to perform a required or expected function under stated conditions for a stated period of time. So the main points are the required function, conditions under a certain item works, and of course, period of time. In this definition, we used the term item. Item can mean device, component, product, people, system, or something else. As I said before, artificial intelligence is in a sense software, but it involves hardware, data, and human. So, as I said before, we can speak about reliability of each of these. But reliability of AI is more complex than reliability of hardware, software, and so on, because it comprises all of that. And of course, AI can learn from human, and can learn by itself. So this means that the reliability of the AI is more complex. Now, I will talk about some examples on unreliability of AI. I put more examples in the paper, but here I will mention only one. That's IBM's Watson, who made erroneous, dangerous cancer treatment advice. And when they analyzed that, it was concluded that probably the reason is because the software is trained on a small number of hypothetical cancer patients and not on real patients' data. So obviously the data are very, very important. Of course, there are other examples on unreliable AI, and it can be found on the internet. For example, I put here one link. And instead to go through these examples, I will explain you one situation which happened before 40 years. I was in the Westinghouse Electric Corporation in USA, in Baltimore, and people from the Westinghouse took me to the one exhibition in Washington, and it was a military exhibition. And in the there I saw some kind of robot. It was about man's size, with arms and not with legs, but with a small wheels, and it can move across the floor. And I was in front of it, and it says, "Where are you from?" I said, "I am from Yugoslavia." Before 40 years, it was the country where we live. Now, Serbia was only one of the Republic of the Yugoslavia. And I said him, "What do you know about Yugoslavia?" And he started as read from the some kind of encyclopedia. It says Yugoslavia is on the Balkan Peninsula. Start to number the neighbored countries, and at the end said in Yugoslavia is speaking Russian language. Of course, I was very surprised with that, and I replied that it is not the true, and explained that in the former Yugoslavia was speaking more languages. Croatian, Serbian, Croatian, Slovenian, Macedonian, but not Russian. Obviously, someone who put the data in that robot put the wrong data. So it was the first time when I saw this kind of artificial intelligence that can give the wrong information. Of course, in that time, I didn't think about this this way, but up to now, about 20 years, I remember this, and I explained this many times to students and to the people. So obviously there are examples of erroneous artificial intelligence. And from the examples I put in the paper, we can derive some reasons for AI to fail. And these reasons are quality of data, small or insufficient number of training and test data, as it was the case in the IBM's Watson, yeah, who gave the wrong cancer treatment, then training on unreal data, corrupted data, data can be corrupted unintentionally or intentionally, nature of learning algorithms, user incompetence, and so on. And in this short explanation, I am going to the conclusion. So artificial intelligence is nowadays applying in almost every area of human lives, and of course can has a big impact. And everything can fail, as I said at the beginning, can fail to function properly or to function as expected, and AI is, of course, not an exception. So as any other product, AI must be reliable. Some reason why AI is not reliable are, as I said before, inadequate quality of data used to learn, small or insufficient number of training and test data, training with unreal data, corrupted data, change of data, nature of learning algorithms, change of user behavior, and so on. And as a final conclusion, to build successful AI, there is a need to be familiar with cases when AI failed in order not to make the same mistakes. Analyzing failure of AI can help to improve AI reliability. Designers who want to apply AI must have in mind reliability. And if humans are biased in their decision making, this can happen also with AI if AI learn from human. Human can learn from its mistakes, and AI, I think, also can learn from its mistakes. So in the future, we can expect that AI also can be more reliable. So we must be careful when using AI. Of course, that's the end of my presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. I think that Professor George Lazaru has a question for you. Professor Lazaru, please proceed. And stop your presentation, Professor Pokorny. Please stop your presentation from the screen. Stop presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay,
thank
now.
you.
Thank you.
Yes. Professor Lazaru, please.
Pokorny, for your interesting presentation. Well, I have two questions somehow related. Well, first question is, whether, as in the case of human professionals, for example, in case of doctors or physicians, why shouldn't we ask for a second opinion? That is, for a second AI system. That, for example, we have ChatGPT, we have Gemini, we have DeepSeek, and thus we can combine a lot of several opinions, and perhaps the results can be different, and we can have a better analysis of a certain situation. On the second hand, there are a lot of trends in synthetic data creation, and thus, of course, AI systems can train on real-world data, and this is great. But also, as you mentioned, hypothetically, they can base their decisions on synthetic data. And with the help of advanced algorithms in the future, for example, now basing only on derived or simply deep and machine learning algorithms, they are quite limited. But they'll reduce their errors when such artificial general intelligence algorithms and then superintelligence algorithms that, first of all, will match human level of competence, and superintelligence algorithms will surpass human intelligence. Then the volume, the level of errors can be drastically diminished, or perhaps towards zero. As it happens with autonomous vehicles, they are very spectacular, but they are not admitted to make errors. A week ago, a Waymo autonomous vehicle crashed upon a cat, and in the United States, there was a lot of tremendous riot against the Waymo. But in fact, a lot more humans pass over cats all the time. And when I go to school and I see a lot of cats, and I say, kid, run, because a lot of cars might pass over them.
Okay, thank you for the questions, for the remarks. Of course, today, artificial intelligence, it doesn't matter if we are speaking about ChatGPT and something else, or some applications which are specially made for something. We always must be careful that we can expect some problems or some errors or some kind of hallucinations. But in order not to get the impression that I am against the use of it, I will show you one situation which happens a week or two ago. One friend of mine in the morning tried to start the engine, and the engine cannot start. Of course, he thinks what can be the problem. He thinks the problem is the battery, but he knows that his battery is not older than a year, so it's almost new. And of course, then he called the service help, and they said, we are busy, you must wait. Until he waiting, it came to his mind to call ChatGPT, and he explained to ChatGPT what is the problem. ChatGPT after that asked for some details, and finally ChatGPT told him to see some kind of overlay that can be the problem. And he said, I don't know where is this relay. And ChatGPT explained him, give him the instructions where to find this relay. Yeah? It says there are two relays. So which one to see? And ChatGPT explained him exactly which one relay to see. He find the relay, pull up the relay, then call how to buy the new one, and they said to him that there is one, and it's about 4 euros. He buy the new one and put the new one instead of faulty one, and start the engine without any problem. I was also surprised with this situation, because it's one example how artificial intelligence can help us in everyday situations, not only in the very important situations, such as in medical situation and in military situation, or also electric car or autonomous car are also very important. So I hope that we will in the future expect that this will be better and better. But I am not sure that it will be without any problem and without any failure. Yeah, I think the hardware, which is the part of this, will not be a big problem, because hardware can be redundant. Yeah, software is a bigger problem, because software cannot be redundant in the same way as hardware. Yeah, and of course the AI is mainly software. So I think this here is the problem. The problem with the reliability of software is the errors which make the programmers who designed the software. Yeah, of course, in this case, I hope in the future AI as we as a human can recognize our mistakes and correct us. Yeah, then in the same way will function the artificial intelligence. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Slavko-Pokorny. George?
Well, it seems that Katarina is not ready. She's here, but she said that they need some more time, and perhaps another scholar can present.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Pokorny.
Thank you. Bye.
Very interesting presentation, and the examples also. And now we have here Professor Ragh from Sabyasachi Ragh from India. Are you ready to present, Professor Ragh, right now, or do you need more time? Ragh, can you hear us? Because it's your turn right now to present the paper. If not ready yet, I will invite another speaker. I invite Professor Wilfred. Professor Ragh, can you hear us? Professor Ragh? Okay, Professor Wilfred, it is your turn then. Can you hear us, Professor Wilfred? George, mă auzi? Fiindcă am impresia că nu mă auzi speakerii.
Yes, I can hear you, but perhaps Professor Wilfried didn't hear us, but now he's presenting. He has his mic.
Great.
He has his mic off.
It's Professor Wilfred. Yes. Professor Wilfred, we cannot hear you.
You're right here.
We can see your presentation.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Great.
Fantastic. Okay, let me put it in the sharing mode.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen.
You look great with that hat, Professor.
Thank you very much. Just for a new change.
Your new outfit. Yes.
Yeah. In fact, when I went to the UK, most of them were telling me, "Where did you get this hat?" I said, "Well, this is coming from UK."
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleague, for the opportunity to present at this great conference. I don't know why my system is not moving. I'm just coming. Okay, hide this. All right. Are you guys seeing the presentation?
Just the first page.
Okay. Are you seeing it?
Great. Yes, introduction, yes.
Okay. Of course, we have been talking about AI, and of course, AI is causing a lot of controversy, even though it was debated seriously at my university senate, the last senate we had. It was a kind of polarized senate, with some supporting it fully and some actually having their reservations. But at the last senate, it seems to me that more people now are beginning to agree that AI is the way to go. So people are actually taking serious about it, despite some of the ethical issues surrounding it. And of course, that is also tied to, of course, my last presentation at the CERN conference in Romania also, which has to do with the fourth industrial revolution technological incursion. But today I just felt I should talk about issues, and of course the current technological incursion also. We have to also touch issues of fair labor practices, but I will just talk about fair labor practices holistically, so which is why I'm revisiting the state of fair labor practices in an emerging economy. Particularly, that is, of course, the South African economy. All right. Now, most emerging economies' constitution, of course, South Africa included, uphold the vital principle of equality, including equal opportunity to access the national resources of the nation. So most emerging economies' constitution, which of course South Africa included, uphold the vital principle of equality, including equal opportunities to access the national resources. All right. For instance, Section 23 of the South African Constitution stipulates that everyone is entitled to fair labor practices. Everyone is entitled to fair labor practices. And of course, South Africa being a signatory of the International Labour Organization, most of their conventions, of course, try to actually imbibe this principle, of course, into their constitution and, of course, also in their workplaces. All right. From that particular standpoint, I will talk about the problem statement of the paper. Despite the enshrinement of this great ideal, which is, of course, fair labor practices in the Constitution of South Africa, there is renewed concern that many organizations are not adhering to these legal principles. All right. There's a renewed concern, a growing concern that many organizations are not adhering to this legal principle. Right? So the research objective is, the objective of the study, therefore, is to revisit the current state of fair labor practices in an emerging economy vis-a-vis South African economy. All right. Now, some of the literatures related to this topic, of course, we must put into perspective that effective management of employment relations is crucial for a successful organization. Without proper management of the relationship between the employer and the employee, definitely organization is doomed to failure. All right. And of course, the nature of the relationship in an organization impact also, of course, the performance and productivity within that particular organization. So the state of fair labor practices in an organization, of course, also impact employment relations, which is ER, right? The state of fair labor practices of course, has an impact, of course, on employment relation. If there's unfairness in an organization, definitely the relationship between the employers or managers and employee will certainly suffer. And if that relationship suffers, if there's a kind of adversarial relationship or negative relationship, definitely that will, of course, affect morale and, of course, motivation, and in the final end, of course, productivity and performance of employees within an organization. All right. So we have to actually look at the general principle, the human right principle in terms of course, equality. And let us trickle down to the workplace, which is, of course, equality in the workplace. Workplace relationship must adhere to equity principle. Relationship must adhere to equity principle. That is, what is done to one person should be done to all right? So there must be equity in the treatment of employees under our supervision or under our management. However, inequity persists in workplaces today, despite effort to tackle it, despite effort to make sure that we achieve equality or equity within the workplace. And of course, diversity can be a source of inequality in the workplace. Diversity amongst people within the workplace. I will know what diversity is all about. Diversity is not just about issues of race. Diversity is not just about issues of gender. There are so many things that can bring diversity to the equation in the workplace. So for instance, personal diversity such as gender, age, religion, sexual orientation, disabilities, all this can trigger discrimination in the workplace. And in fact, I reserve the issue of digital divide. Digital divide can also be a source of discrimination in the workplace. And of course, we're talking about AI today. There are so many poor children that cannot actually access the training or the facility to operate within an AI environment. So that can, of course, result in inequality in the workplace, which is, of course, unfair to those who are disadvantaged by the new technology. All right. So those can trigger discrimination also in the workplace. So discrimination as a form of unfair labor practice could negatively affect morale, productivity, and of course, retention of employees within the workplace. Every organization strives to retain their best employee, but under a situation where there is unfairness in the workplace, definitely there's no way an organization can, of course, retain some of their good employees or some of their best employees. Definitely good organizations that have, of course, an equity principle will certainly attract most of those employees, and they will actually leave an organization that is practicing unfairness to a better organization. All right. So the right to fair labor practices. Fair labor practices concept was popularized, for instance, in South Africa since 1979. And of course, Section 2 of South African Constitution articulates the basic human right of all South Africans, which is, of course, aligned to, of course, the general human rights, United Nations human rights clause or statement. All right. Inclusivity in the Bill of Rights is noteworthy. Inclusivity. South Africa has a Bill of Rights which, of course, speaks about inclusivity. That is to say that everyone is included. And, of course, with expression like everyone, no one is subjected to, and no one may be deprived of. All right? So that is actually the clause of inclusivity. So the South African legislation required that substantive and procedural fairness must be followed in all organizations in order to meet the requirement of the labor laws, particularly the Labor Relations Act. All right? Now, with regards to the methodology of this study, we just decided to do just a preliminary qualitative study. So that is to say, the current study adopted a qualitative research approach to effectively address the research question. The study utilized an exploratory descriptive research design. Qualitative research methods were utilized for both data collection and, of course, analysis. While various research strategies exist within qualitative research, this paper or this article specifically utilized phenomenology to thoroughly examine the phenomena from multiple perspectives. The research was carried out in Johannesburg, involving participants from 2 companies. A sample of 10 participants was drawn from a population of 212. Semi-structured interviews were conducted. Deep-rooted semi-structured interviews were conducted to gather data from participants. And of course, these are some of our findings. If you look at the participant 1 to 10, you can say among them, we have at least 4 female and 6 male in terms of the gender. And of course, in terms of tenure, we have a combination of senior employees, long-tenured employees. For instance, participant 1 or research participant 1 has spent almost 23 years in his employment. And of course, research participant 4 has spent almost 18 years in his employment. And of course, research participant 7 has spent about 11 years in his employment. And of course, we have also those who are, of course, middle tenured, like, of course, research participant 2 who has spent 7 years. And of course, definitely research participant 10 who have also spent 7 years. And of course, we have also a kind of short tenured employees or employees who have just joined the organization within a space of 3 to 4 years as part of our participant, just to get a mix and the feel of each of the participants with regards to fairness or fair labor practices within their organization. And of course, if you look at the organization level where the participants reside, some are middle managers, some are, of course, junior managers, and of course, for instance, supervisors. Some are non-managerial staff, and of course, some are in the top management. For instance, participant 9 is in the top management. So we try to actually also, when we talk about their education level, some have higher certificates, some have matrix, some have diploma, and of course, some of them have higher certificates. And of course, we have like participant 9 who has a master's degree, basically. So most of the participants are qualified enough to provide a kind of information related to this phenomenon. All right. And when you look at their responses, you can see that like participant 1, who is even has spent 23 years in the organization, and of course in middle management, did acknowledge that he has experience on fairness, on fair labor practice experience. So yes, and of course a junior manager like participant or research participant 2 said that he has not experienced unfairness. Then, of course, we have non-management staff that say, yes, she has experience on fairness. And of course, you can see it is actually diverse, with even top management acknowledging unfairness and even some junior employees saying that they have not experienced such, So in a nutshell, both fairness and unfairness happens to anyone, whether at the top management, the middle management, and of course at the lower level of management. So we must take this into consideration that when we talk about unfairness, it is not just about the management, of course, trying to intimidate or trying to victimize a younger employee, but even the top manager can, of course, receive certain unfair labor practices from his own boss. So we have to take this particular phenomena into consideration and try to actually utilize them in terms of trying to address issues of unfairness in organizations so that, of course, we can have a sustainable organization within this period of fourth industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the references related to the article, and I say thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wilfred, for your interesting presentation. And now, if there is one, Professor Epure, I think, wants to address your question.
No. First of all, yes, first of all, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. It is a very interesting topic that is going to be explored also a lot. Also, it was and is going to be very much explored also in the Romanian work landscape. So it's more like a comment. It's not just a question about the study that you have done it. You talk about discrimination. When we are using this term in Romanian language, let's say, it's more a negative way of doing things. It's a negative connotation. But if we are talking about positive discrimination, what do you think? It's unfair or is a fair practice? So it's most tackling the topic, not getting in details.
Okay, when it comes to discrimination, I know what you're talking about. There's, of course, some aspect of positive discrimination, which is, of course, discrimination to, of course, address or redress previous inequalities within society. For instance, there could be some people who have been deprived over the years. For instance, in the case of South Africa, where there was apartheid for so many years, definitely there is also issues of positive discrimination, which comes in the form of affirmative action and employment equity act. Those are considered by law as positive. That this kind of discrimination are fair as far as it is sanctioned by law to address previous inequalities or to address. And you can see we are speaking about equity and equality. So definitely when government decide to actually apply the visible hand instead of the invisible hand to address most of these anomalies, then it is considered as fair discrimination. So I totally concur with you. Yeah. And I believe also in Romania, I have been to Romania, I see those deprived individuals in Romania called the gypsies. Yes. I believe the government sometimes may also intervene to address the state.
Yeah. Let's have a short comment. We have special places in universities dedicated to this category of people. Sometimes those students are confirming their interest for education, but in some cases, despite the fact that the law is in their favor and they have been positively discriminated, actually they don't confirm. Because of this, well, the majority of candidates, Romanian candidates, let's say those that are not positively discriminated, they will lose their places. So it's kind of, let's say, it's a kind of an inequity, I may say. So if you want to have equal access to education, because I took into discussion this example, you should offer the same facilities, the same opportunities to access education, not discriminated people. Well, it is a long debate on this. So thank you very much. It was always a pleasure to see you come alongside us to our events. I wish you all the best, and thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Malela. Always nice to chat with you and speak with you. So good to see you once again.
Thank you, Professor Wilfred. And now I want to ask Professor
Marek Nogi should be. I think Marek.
Not to.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Wilfred.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I can log off now. Okay.
Hello.
Bye. Okay. Bye. Okay. Cool.
So okay, can I start presentation?
Yes, of course. Is going to present Professor Marek Nagy from University of Zilina, Slovakia, with a paper named Economic Dimensions of Digital Transformation Throughout AI-Driven Predictive Maintenance. Please, Professor, when you're ready.
Okay, are you seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll kick off. So, okay. Dear distinguished colleagues, esteemed members of academic community, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here and a privilege to address you today and present our research title, Economic Dimensions of Digital Transformation Through AI-Driven Predictive Maintenance, Financial Performance Indicators, and Multinational Corporate Systems. My name is Marek Nagy, and I'm representing from University of Zilina. So firstly, I will kick off with this content table. So firstly, we will talk about introduction, next literature review, methodology, predictive maintenance schema, results. And so first things first, introduction. Digital transformation has become a structural force reshaping global economic dynamics. As you can see on these points, among the West ecosystem of Industry 4.0, technologies like AI-driven predictive maintenance stands out as a strategic instrument for improving operational continuity and cost efficiency. Also, despite significant technological progress, the economic evaluation of these predictive maintenance problematics, particularly its measurable impact on corporate financial performance, remain insufficiently examined. Our research, therefore, focuses on the interplay between digitalization and maintenance, intelligence, and financial indicators. So our task is to combine together financial performance, health, and Industry 4.0 with digitization. How digitization could possibly help these companies to prevent bankruptcy and so on. On the second slide, we can see literature review. So in this, there are three main points, like the existing body of literature strongly emphasize the technological and operational advantages of predictive maintenance, also substantial reductions in unplanned downtime, improved forecasting accuracy, and minimize maintenance cost. So you can see at the second main point. And of course, while technological outcomes are well studied, financial effects such as profitability, cash flow stability, and efficiency ratios remain empirically underrepresented. So this is the main outcome from literature review, and we also combining all possible sources from home and from different countries. Okay, second is this illustration, like we are presenting predictive maintenance, and they are offering big data analytics and also artificial intelligence. And this is like the main scheme in the context of Industry 4.0. Second, we can see this map on the presentation, and there we have a large market, emerging market, and fastest growing market. We are in the middle of emerging market. In this case, we used Altman model for emerging markets in financial performance modeling for these enterprises. Okay, second, methodology, like the methodological framework integrates quantitative econometrics, of course, modeling, comparative analysis of companies between together across multiple regions. Also, evaluation of digital maturity in relations to predictive maintenance adoption. So, the next one is the regression analysis. We made a regression model that was constructed to identify causal relationships between the implementation of predictive maintenance and the key financial performance indicators, while controlling for company size, sectoral differences, and regional disparities. The last point is a decision tree model for predictive maintenance adoption analysis. So in this case, we made out a classification regression trees. We made a decision tree model, like something. Okay, this is the regression model tree. If you can see it, and the next one. We have some variables, so you can see we operate with operating profit, cost of goods sold, added value, and so on. So these were variables that we used in analysis. Firstly, there is a need to set that schema of predictive maintenance is meaning the life cycle of predictive maintenance. So sensor networks collect operational parameters, AI algorithm evaluate machine health, and so on. And also our dataset reveals that considerable heterogeneity, as I said, right, in digital adoption across global regions, technological advanced market, and rapidly implement AI-driven maintenance system. So it's three, and also. This slide before variables assets include financial indicators like return on assets and so on, but I said it before. So the regression integrates these variables to quantify financial. Okay, so finally results. So in the results we can say that adoption rates are highest among of course, the large companies, large enterprises with advanced digital ecosystem. Is logical because these big companies have also bigger revenues, and they could easier to find a new solution for this predictive maintenance and so on. Okay, small and medium enterprises face financial and knowledge barriers, of course, and firms implementing predictive maintenance record statistically significant improvements in profitability, operational efficiency, and of course, cost reduction, confirming its economic relevance. For example, the last one was cross-cavalice test performed and it said that Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland showed statistically significant differences in operating profit. However, Slovakia did not exhibit significant differences, but it's okay. So the regression structure is, or the regression model demonstrates a positive and significant effect of predictive maintenance adoption on profitability ratios, efficiency, and metrics. Okay, here we can see like something like sum it up about this analysis. So like, as I said before, regression model findings show that the companies without PDM had an average of 5 million lower operating profit. Okay, here we can see that which companies that we are analyzing was very large like amount of them and so on, as you can see. And this is the main point of this analysis. Sorry, the structure of regression equation is as follows. You can say that operating profit is from this equation. So this was the main goal to reach. Okay, now and the final discussion, we can see that in discussion we combine together everything that we know and before and now. Of course, predictive maintenance strengthen assets management efficiency, reduce operational disruption, and enhance longer competitiveness. Remaining barriers include, I don't know, investment costs, technological fragmentation, cybersecurity, and the workforce skills, highlighting the need for coordinated digital strategies. So to sum up, in this part, we came up with something new, something that we are combining together in literature review, of course, and we reach out that there need to be more highlighting the need for coordinated digital strategies. And so, in conclusion, there are two main points. So economic and operational benefits of predictive maintenance, and of course we focus on challenges and future considerations. As you can see, AI-driven predictive maintenance connects data intelligence with financial performance, of course, enhancing corporate resilience and competitiveness. That as industries progress toward Industry 5.0, we need to focus more on predictive maintenance and be more prepared because this predictive maintenance will become even more central to sustainable economic transformation, and of course it could really possibly help these companies to prevent defaults and make more money, make profit, and be more also environmental friendly. So that will be all from me. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your question, and thank you. Okay.
And if there is someone who wants to address question to Professor Malik, if not, I know there is someone else who wants to present very quickly. It's about Professor Katarina Valasco, and after that, Professor Rat. Yes?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone. I'm also pleased to join the conference. So I see some familiar faces. Yeah, I see some familiar faces. So I'm very glad to see you and to participate in your conference. But let me share my presentation. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So let me also,
Great.
yeah, thank you. Let me also present my presentation. So first of all, I would be very glad to share the basic information with you because my presentation will be devoted to the digital disruption and economic change, the role of AI and policy in shaping public sector performance. So this is something which we are all interested in nowadays because it is evident that the digital transformation of the European public sector and the evolving disparities among the European Union member states countries are quite huge, and our work addressed a central question increasingly discussed in policy, research, and practice. If Europe truly converging towards a cohesive digital public administration, or if there are any new divides emerging beneath the surface. So first of all, it is very important to say that over the past decade, digitalization has shifted from a modernization priority to a foundational requirement for effective governance. Yet, despite ambitious strategies such as the European Digital Compass 2030, or comparing the member states' disparities of comprehensive measurement frameworks, it is very important to say that there are different infrastructures, different skills, different digital service deliveries, and institutional capacities among the countries. So our study thought to measure these differences using the most comprehensive methodological framework in the field to date. Just to make some basic information about the country groups, we were focused on all countries connected within the European Union. And as you can see in this slide, I highlighted Romania because I think that you will be mostly interested in this information. And this country dropped in digital rankings from 2018 to 2023, serves as a stark example of stagnation, particularly in digital skills, public service quality, and research and development. But do not worry, because there are more countries which are just in the process of developing their digital skills just to be able to digitalize all the processes in enterprises and in private life. The research combined different methods just to provide a holistic view of digital transformation across the European Union. What is very important to say is the research methodology. Here you can see a slide which is just a short image or figure of how the research was done. So firstly, we need to collect the data. Then we're trying to make the data comprehensive, which means that the indicators we were analyzing, those are 24 indicators from different years. Some of them were only in the previous year. Some of them were changed after the COVID-19 pandemic. So we were mostly focused on 3 periods to collect all the necessary indicators. Then we applied AHP method just to compute the results and compare it with some basic methods like TOPSIS rankings, and then Promethe method and Gaia analysis. But to be sure that the results are really good, then a robust, comprehensive, and complementary analysis was used just to compare and to make the results applicable in all the countries. Thus, the robust tests were done using different methods such as core plot maps, Lorentz curve, Gini coefficient, cluster analysis, and sensitivity analysis. What is very important to say as well is that all these methods were used to combine and analyze 24 diverse indicators, which were assessed across 5 different domains. Digital infrastructure was taken into consideration, human capital and skills, digital public services and efficiency, as well as public sector economic performance and research and development institutional capacity. So all these indicators were just used together in quantitative and qualitative analysis. And as I mentioned shortly before, we used the data from 2018 to 2023 to identify the trends and shifts in digital performance across different European Union member states. This is very important just to take all this information into consideration, because not all the factors and not all the indicators are equally developed in the analyzed countries. And that is the reason why each of these 24 factors need to be analyzed specifically. Our first major finding is that there is the digital inequality across the European Union countries, which is slowly declining. So also the countries which are now the laggards have the possibility to graduate and to be maybe not at the same level as the top ones, as the leaders, but to improve our skills and to be a part of better countries in the process of digitalization. What are the basic findings? So it is important to say that it would be very, very long presentation if I would like to present the results of individual method used. So that's why I only chose the most important findings, just not to make you sleep during the presentation. So here is something like the regional pattern and shift across Europe, which can be discussed within different geographical shifts. For example, those are completely different results in the Northwestern Europe, completely different results in the countries with the expansion of progress like Italy, France, Greece, Croatia, Cyprus, or Malta. And there is also something like a low-performing region, which is made of Central and Eastern European countries. I mentioned Romania at the beginning of my presentation, but together with you, there is also Slovakia, Bulgaria, and Hungary. So based on these analyses, we were able to define the countries which are leaders, which are rising performers, and which are stagnating or declining states. So these are the countries which are named a few minutes ago, and you can see it also summarized in this slide. So why we can talk about the dramatic drop in rankings in different countries? It can be explained by even the changes in the ranking of some of the indicators analyzed. But it should be also said that after the COVID-19 pandemic, the request for our digital skills was really high, and not all the employees in all companies across the sectors and different regions were able to adopt everything just to be with the new trends on the market. So the regional development patterns can be easily presented based on the methods I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. Now we can see that there are some rising southeastern performers which have seen substantial improvements in digital infrastructure, public services, and institutional capacity, leading to a notable shift in the digital maturity map of Europe. Then those are the declining northwestern leaders. While still advanced, they are not progressing as rapidly as before, showing some kind of stagnation in the digital transformation and innovation. Then, as we mentioned, those are the Central and European laggers. I'm not going to repeat the countries again because I think that we all remember them. And finally, those are the emerging new leaders. Countries like Austria, Cyprus, and Croatia have emerged as new leaders in digital transformation driven by investment in high-capacity networks and enhanced digital public services. Here is the map where we try to use different colors just to make you see the groups of countries which are included in different sectors according to their digital development and digital skills. So you can see that it is exactly as presented in the previous or on the previous slides. Those who are laggers are of the highest interest. It is because these countries need to do something just to be competitive and just to build some kind of strategy to be on the same level with the other countries of the European Union in the upcoming years. So here are just the short explanations of what to do and how to do just to make some progress in this digital era. So what are the drivers of the digital success? Our analysis shows that countries improving their digital maturity share three strategic pillars. First one is the continuous infrastructure expansion, especially high-capacity fixed networks and 5G rollouts. Secondly, those are the investments in digital skills and human capital. And thirdly, there is a high adoption of e-government services and strong institutional capacity. Big performers, by contrast, tend to stagnate in research and development spending, digital literacy among citizens. And then there is also important to incorporate public sector operability and also develop and uptake some specific e-government services. Just to prove that our results are really usable in real conditions, there was important to make some robustness and scenario insights. To ensure the reliability, we conducted sensitivity analysis, confirming that rankings remained unstable even with changes to factor weights. Prometheus method output strongly correlate with the TOPSIS results, reinforcing their validity. Also, the scenario simulation offer powerful policy insights. Even modest improvements in digital skills, research and development capacity, and online service usage could substantially improve the rankings of those countries which are marked as laggers. However, in cases such as Bulgaria and Romania, progress requires multidimensional and not isolated intervention. So how to conclude? Our study underscores a crucial point that digital transformation is no longer a technological issue. It is a structural and policy challenge, and it must be if countries want to succeed in the international competitive market. The European Union is converging, but only incrementally, and only because some countries are advancing rapidly while others remain static. If Europe aims to build a cohesive digital public sector, which is capable of supporting some inclusive growth, trust, and resilience, then targeted policy support, capacity building, and investment in human capital must remain at the forefront of this agenda. So this is very shortly the result of our research, and I am closely approaching to the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Katarina. I am very familiar with your work.
Yes, you must be. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And there is anyone who wants to address a question to Professor Katarina?
Okay, then.
If not,
thank you very much, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katarina. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And now, Professor Rat, are you ready? Professor Sabiyasaki from
yes,
India,
yes, I'm
my
ready.
friend. Are you ready? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Great. Thank you.
Is it visible?
Let's see. Right now, not yet. Yes.
Yes, we can see
now
it.
it's okay. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. You can present it whenever you're ready, Professor.
Yeah. Very good evening to all present over here. Thank you so much, Professor Elena, for the opportunity given. And my apology for joining late because of the engagements. My topic, what we are presenting today, is when we are standing at a very crossroads, I rather call a rare inflection point, where you will always find the fastest moving consumer goods sector. We often say that pricing is both an art and science. But today, I'm going to present that the pricing is becoming the algorithmic science rather than an art and science combination. And it is more ruled by the managerial judgment, not by only the dynamic data-driven intelligence. So, in the backdrop of this, let's understand that the pricing today has become or in an inflection point of three elements: the consumer economics, the data science, and the competitive strategies. So it's a very rare inflection point because when you stand here, we are in the crossroads of the traditional pricing models and the emerging pricing models supported and enhanced by the AI. Now, particularly this is influencing or impacting the FMCG sector, the fast-moving consumer goods, where the pricing was definitely a very important element for the business success. Now, if you look at the old traditional concept of pricing, the pricing was basically was based on a steady demand pattern, where demand pattern was very predictable, and there was definitely the data were scarce, limited competitive visibility, and the pricing rituals are quarterly pricing presentations in the companies. And what's happening now, the consumer behavior has become very unpredictable today, and it fluctuates every hour, in fact. The trade promotions, if you look at them, particularly with regard to sales promotion, they are changing weekly. E-commerce prices are shifting minutes by minute. So we find there is a agile change that's happening in the price front, and that is definitely challenging the old world or old school of thought in pricing. Now, in this backdrop, when you frame the problem, you can understand the gap is the traditional business models, or particularly the pricing models, were built for a stable environment where demand was predictable, and it was based on the static assumptions of periodic adjustment. But today, the great question that definitely the traditional models struggle to answer is, how do we price products intelligently when both consumer behavior and the competitive landscape change hour by hour? No, that's definitely a very crucial question. And if you look at the old world versus new world of pricing, when the marketplace is it accelerates 10x, the pricing cannot remain a quarterly ritual. It must become a real-time capability. And that is what we are going to understand through these presentations. Now, what actually is the AI price analytics? Because we are talking about the AI-enabled pricing models. So the AI is using the machine learning, predictive models, and algorithmic intelligence, etc., to determine and impact the pricing strategies. So what AI is doing is, let's understand first, it is helping in forecasting demand at a granular level, very micro levels. Also, the second point, it also recommends the optimal prices in the real time. If you look at the cases of Flipkart or Amazon or the Swiggy and Zomato kind of food delivery services, you'll find this is reflected in their business models. The third one is the AI is enhancing how to adopt the pricing strategies continuously based on the feedback from the stakeholders. And the fourth important dimension is integrating the diverse data from the point of sale systems to clickstream and social listening. So all these diverse data sources are being integrated thanks to AI. Now, through this, 4 fundamental capabilities are built on the pricing mechanism. Number 1, the AI is helping in precisions. So because of the precision involved in demand prediction and elasticity, particularly at the SKU level and the channel level and regional level, with so much of accuracy that the business services or units are finding it very challenging to map or match with this kind of speed or agility. The second one is the agility, which where the price adjustments are happening dynamically as there is a shift in the market time with regard to real-time responses. The third element that is actually built through the AI is the consistency, where the subjective elements are eliminated across the territories, across the regions, and across the sales channels. And the fourth one is the profit intelligence, where the pricing decisions are linked directly with margins and promotional effectiveness. So when these four elements are built through the AI, three important innovations are being felt because of the AI. One is the data depth. If you look at the, because of the integration of the point of sales data, the e-commerce, the competitor pricing, social sentiment analysis, the weather pattern, traffic density, all these, the variables have made the data depth very, very high. Now, second is the algorithmic power. Now, this machine learning has enhanced using the demand shift, hyperlocal elasticity, promotional fatigue, computed reaction, all these, a very rich decision-making tool for the pricing makers. The third innovation, breakthrough innovation, in fact, is the continuous learning, where AI itself is learning, adapting, and improving. So on a timely basis. And it will be also transforming the pricing from reactive correction to predictive control. That actually to be underlined if you really to understand the pricing innovations. Now, this is not a discussion alone. If you look at the number itself says how it is happening, particularly with regard to the revenue uplift and the promotional ROI. You'll all find leading FMCG players are already reporting significant gains thanks to the AI pricing models that's happening. Now, in fact, here I will share that the Indian platforms like Blinkit, Big Basket, and JioMart run the real-time pricing engines reacting to the city-level patterns. So the pricing fluctuations, city-level patterns are being taken into consideration for pricing decision. Also, let's understand these are all bottom-line results. They are not definitely experiments alone. So in this background, probably I will put a industry as perspective, but the CEO should ask now these questions on the context of the AI emergence. Do we have the real-time visibility of demand at a micro market level? The second question is, are our pricing decisions driven more by data or by habits? Third important point probably is, are we optimizing the price and the promotion holistically, not minutely? And the next question is, do our managers trust AI recommendation? And followed by the important question, are we future-proof against dynamic pricing models? So now for academia, what could be the implications? Basically, the academia could work on developing hybrid models that blends the econometrics and machine learning, which will help to understand the AI impact better and better. Now, the second implication that could be done by the academia is investigating the pricing fairness and consumer trust in the context of AI emergence. Next is how the AI adoption is emerging markets happening, and rethink and recalibrate the marketing and analytics curriculum in the courses. Because the old, if you look at the syllabus, the curriculum is pretty old and definitely not adapted to the AI impact, which is happening very fast. And also exploring the human AI collaboration in managerial decision making. So these are the further implications for the academia. Now, while doing this, there are three major obstacles, of course. Now, one is the fragmented data, and the contrast is AI needs integration. The second is cultural resistance. So if you look at the one size fit for all pricing models is being experienced or used for a long time. So now it should be modified, it should be rethought. The third is the capability gap. So the managers must be trained to understand the algorithmic thinking now, and not just use the tools. So algorithmic thinking must be imbibed in the managers. And these are the three major obstacles that should be addressed right now. And now let's see the future. So what is going to happen in the future? You will see the 24/7 pricing optimization is going to happen. Inventory-based adjustments using the smart shelves, AI-driven smart shelves, the AI negotiation where retail distributor buts will be used, then omnichannel unity where physical and digital harmony is being experienced. Like this, there will be various influences or changes that is going to soon impact the price-driven models. So here, 4 elements are going to influence that. The strategic differentiator in terms of pricing as a competitive advantage now. And second is organizational capability using the data. And third is the AI must be responsible, not just predicting, but also in balancing the business needs and the customer preferences. Then empower the managers. So human intelligence must be amplified now, and that can be done through the application of AI strategically. Now, what are the future research directions now in this context? If you look at the future research directions, basically, it will talking about autonomous pricing engines, the AI engines, developing that. Then AI-enabled negotiation system, particularly in B2B transactions. And as you're moving towards a marketplace where pricing becomes self-adjusting, self-governing, and self-optimizing, obviously this changes everything, the whole thought process. Therefore, from supply chain velocity to consumer loyalty, everything must be integrated in a real time. That's going to be the future direction. So, therefore, we would like to put here before I conclude, in a world, particularly when consumers are very fast and markets are moving faster, pricing definitely must move the fastest. Hence, companies that master the AI models, they are going to rule the business because they are going to define the business, not they are going to adopt the business. Hence, let's conclude with a note that the FMCG marketplace is very dynamic, data-rich, and behavioral complex. That's understood. Now, AI-enabled pricing analytics will represent more than a technical innovation. It symbolizes a paradigm shift. So, its paradigm shift is going to happen, and it is already being felt. So, we must understand the consumer psyche, and the AI must be integrated how to develop agile, adaptive, and ethically grounded pricing models. And that's it from my presentation side. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Haret. Very interesting presentation. I think that our colleague, Professor Lazaru, wants to address your question. Please, Professor Lazaru.
Thank you very much, Professor Haret. Just a quick question. Well, what do you think about the dynamics of integrating data for pricing? That is, we must be quite constant in feeding the system with AI-based data, because otherwise the prices might not be correlated with the market. Because if the data are not up to date and accurate, there might be issues with integrating the pricing with the market, perhaps.
True. So you definitely here also we are finding that a lot of AI engines that are enhancing the data capability in terms of updating, in terms of adapting, and in terms of understanding the sentiment analysis of the desired target market. That's going to happen. In fact, I have associated with few startups here who are already developing the tools with regard to the data rationalization and data updation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Haret. Now you can stop your presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that Professor Iepure also wants to address you a question. Professor Iepure is Professor of Marketing also.
Okay.
Professor Manuela Iepure, you have your microphone
closed.
First of all, thank you very much for bringing into our attention these pricing issues and AI-related tools that help marketers to foresee what is going about prices. So at certain point, you have said that consumers are very important in accepting the prices that we are using. So in my view, maybe you are aware that there are companies providing synthetic consumers in order to allows us to analyze their reaction to different marketing strategies, let's say the pricing one. What do you think about the synthetic consumers? You know, they are built on AI data and the way in which, the synthetic consumers are reacting. It's really feasible, or it's something like a error generation kind of tool? Because I'm really concerned. Consumer behavior studies traditionally are done on real consumers. What is your opinion? I really want to know.
Thank you so much for raising this interesting question. At this point of time, my personal opinion, the synthetic customer definitely cannot replace the real sentiment analysis of customers. And if you look at the consumer decision making, majority of decision making happened at the POS level, point of sales level. And the point of sales level, a very planned decision also changes. Now, interestingly, also I've got information that in India, there are many medical colleges where, because of the non-availability of bodies for postmortem, the doctors are using synthetic body to study the human anatomy. But that has also resulted in doctors who have been qualified using the synthetic bodies for postmortem. They have definitely not able to really understand how the actual human anatomy works. So similar, there is an analogy here. I don't think at this point of time AI is so capable that the synthetic consumer can replace the real consumer sentiment analysis.
Yeah, I am agree with you, not totally, but somehow synthetic consumers can be useful just in exploratory kind of research, in my view. I mean, you can tackle the problem using this, but if you are not feeding with large amount of data, then these synthetic consumers cannot be functional. I mean, they are eventually they will give errors or hallucinating. So it's about how much data you feed the model in order to reproduce the real life consumers. So thank you. It was a nice chat with you about this topic. It's really interesting.
Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nat, for being here with us.
Thank you.
Well, you're a great friend of our university, of mine personally, and
thank you.
Professor Quadri, Dr. Quadri from Johannesburg University. Professor Quadri, can you hear us? Dr. Quadri? Ganyu? Because I know he wanted to present his paper. If not, I saw here another professors from Johannesburg University, Professor Mapira or Professor Anowar Oluchukwu. Can you hear us, professors? Professor Quadri?
Check the list. Check the list. Perhaps they are not online anymore.
Good evening.
Oh, hi. Hello.
How are you?
Hello, Professor Quadri. We cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Do you want to sleep? Okay, okay, that's fine. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah. Can I share my slide?
Professor Quadri is going to present his paper named Artificial Intelligence Influence on Strategic Human Resources Among Financial Institutions in Nigeria. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Can you present the paper? Or
can you see my slide?
Yes. It seems that a slide is going to appear. Not.
We can see it.
But
I'm sharing my slide already.
Yes, it looks fine, Professor.
Can you see my slide?
I'm sure that you're doing your best.
It looks fine, Professor Quadri.
No.
Just
not yet. Not
mention
yet.
We cannot see the slides down every time you are ready.
Oh, God, good afternoon.
Wait, thank you, Professor.
Can you see my slide now?
Yes, we can see it. We can
good
proceed.
afternoon, good evening. I don't know what the day is the part there, but I'm in the app.
It's 4 p.m.
Oh, fine.
It's 4 p.m.
It's 4 p.m. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to be great to join this part of academic forum, and I actually appreciate Elena Gulgul and my host, Professor Wilfred, who actually invited me to present my first paper in June or July or thereabouts, and this will be my second presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, so I am happy to be here, and I hope that and I'll be joining this great and academic forum, because I've actually learned a lot when it comes to artificial intelligence. Yeah, so let me present my piece now. Yeah, my title is Artificial Intelligence. I actually look at artificial intelligence because as it is now, we cannot just see the role of artificial intelligence in all facets of human endeavors, in which academic is not an exception. So this now gave me the insight to look at the essence of the role or the impact of artificial intelligence in strategic human resources among financial institutions. My presentation is going to be run through the this what is it called now? I actually have sorry, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know. It's not.
You can press on the next slide.
I don't know. Show my screen. Okay.
Should be working.
Yeah.
We cannot.
Can you see now, ne?
No.
No.
Can you see my screen? Can you see my slides?
Yes, the second one.
Yes. You are doing well. What we are doing, you're doing well. Yes.
Okay.
We see now the table of content.
Yeah, this is the table of content. What my presentation is going to run through. I'm going to look at the introduction, the objective, the research question, and what have you. Now, let me run through the introduction now. Should I see the next slide? Full screen.
As you did before, do the same thing as you did before with the table of content. I don't know how you did it, but you did it correctly.
Okay. I just click on it and it came, but now I don't know why it's not coming up. It's fine. I guess.
It's okay. You can just talk because we are going to listen to you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I actually look at artificial intelligence.
It is okay. It's just.
I actually look at artificial intelligence impact because in financial institutions in Nigeria, the way their work has been done is quite ambiguous. Being a paper base and then record keeping, too much of paper in keeping records. So I said, I look at if you can inject a little bit of AI into the financial institution, there could be a positive impact, a positive change in the way the human resource are actually carrying out their day-to-day activities on customers who actually bank with them. Now, the paper actually looked at sorry. Oh, sure. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me just pick now. So let me just pick. So artificial intelligence.
Oh, great! You did something great, because you see now the introduction.
Okay.
The slide with introduction.
Thank you. Artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the Nigerian financial institutions by providing processes and customer service. It is, of course, AI has actually has the potential to add considerable value to the financial sector, including enhanced customer experiences, increased efficiency, and enhanced risk management. However, Nigeria financial institutions, that is bank sector, have failed to fully use the growing interest in AI usage and its implication in strategic human resource management, which is a crucial element of organizational success. Strategic human resource management is a critical component of organizational success, and the effective deployment of AI in SHRM, that is strategic human resource management, can go a long way in supporting employee experience, human resource processes, as well as organizational performance. This given by Modechan at 2025. AI can also be leveraged to automate routine human resource processes, offer data-driven insights, and actually improve employee engagement. The prospective benefits of AI in strategic human resource management is quite enormous. So let's look at the importance now. For example, now AI-powered recruitment software is also able to screen out top talent, while AI-powered training software is capable of actually recommending training for an individual. And of course, AI can help in the forecasting of workers' turnover, thus allowing planning of retention in advance. This research intends to identify the advantages and disadvantages of AI application in strategic human resource management, and as well as providing suggestions for its implementation by examining the experiences of human resource professionals and managers in the Nigerian financial institution. Now, the study objectives were actually guided the study. The first one is to explore the current state of AI adoption in this in human resource strategic human resource management in Nigerian banking industry, as well as identify the impact of AI adoption on human resource functions and organizational performance in Nigerian financial institutions. Two research questions were also raised based on the research objectives, and these two research questions were actually raised. Then the literature review was actually done. Our focus on empirical study and empirical, theoretical, and conceptual study identifying past literature. Then literature search was actually used, and such that databases were used to source for information. An example of the databases used were EBSCOs, ProQuest, JSTOR, Science Direct, and what have you. Then the search terms that were used in surfing the internet were artificial intelligence, strategic human resource management that were used in sourcing information from the internet. And actually, the theory of resource-based view was the theory that underpinned the study. And the study states that companies may use their unique asset and ability to obtain an edge over their rival. This is what the RBE theory is actually and it's saying that the theory states that businesses with precious, rare, and indistinct assets may gain a sustained competitive edge, and the implementation and the use of AI in strategic human resource management in the context of this research may be seen as a beneficial resources that can improve organizational performance and provide a competitive edge. Now, the methodology used in there were actually population 250 population of respondents, in which 150 were actually selected among financial institutions that are actually mentioned. There were financial institutions that the selected financial institutions had First City Management Bank, and as you have seen on the screen, then the solving formula was actually used to determine the sample size of 150. And the study found that found that from the study, the questionnaire was actually the instrument used for data collection, and the collected data were actually subjected to statistical package for process sciences, such and statistical analysis were used, SPSS were used, and the results were given, and statistical techniques such as means, percentage, and tables, and the frequency counts were actually used to present the data, to present the results. And the data analyzed, data were collected, as I've said, through SPSS, and were analyzed through SPSS. And the results found that from the first research question, it was reported that there were actually joint contribution of AI adoption in strategic human resource management in Nigerian financial industry. When the component factor are combined, this actually accounted for 30.2% of the variation in bank performance, as shown by the table of coefficient R, which is equals to 0.594, and thus this actually confirmed that the joint contribution of AI in strategic human resource management in Nigeria financial sector has assisted services delivery. And the research consultant also presented that it also reviewed that an extremely low insignificant relationship actually existed between the AI adoption in strategic human resource management on human resource function and organizational performance in the financial institutions. There was no significant relationship actually between the AI adoption and strategic human resource management on human resource function and organizational performance in Nigeria, in the Nigerian Financial Institute. The table further revealed that there's an increase in impact of AI adoption in strategic human resource management trait would lead to a significant increase in human resource function and organizational performance. There were actually findings that support, there is extant literature that supported these findings. The result question, according to Adekunle and Odetola 2018, emphasizes that on the role of technology in improving organizational performance. Yeah, this is therefore shows that AI adoption explains 30.2% of financial institution performance variance, showing the significance of AI in organizational outcome. And as well, the finding from research consultant also was supported by Alberto Zanafa, who actually emphasized leadership support for training success on AI usage for effective human resource activities. Then it was the study, a study now concluded that integrating AI in strategic human resource management within the Nigerian financial institution remains its early stage. While it is in the early stage in the financial institution in Nigeria, because some banks are still at the infant in injecting or adopting AI, while just minor, basically limited banks are actually using AI like robots to actually to carry out some activities, some routine in the operations of each human resource. And then while AI adoption has been associated with improved employee experience and HR activities in financial institutions that adopted it, so several impediments such as limited skill and knowledge, infrastructure, and data quality prevent its effective adoption. This report actually highlights that policymaker, banks, and human resource professionals have to work in unison to build an appropriate environment for embracing AI in strategic human management. Then the study rather further recommended that acquire AI competencies, effective implementation, and implementations, and then then collaboration with IT specialists is also a key recommendation. Management should collaborate with IT specialists to conceive, implement, and deploy AI-powered human resource systems that are tailor-made to the specialized needs to the banking industry, and provide training and development opportunities. The management must provide training and development because, of course, you have to train your staff in ICT enabling environment so that they could actually key in to and also adopt the use of this AI for effective routine of the human resource professional. And these are the integrity of the work lies in the references. These are some of the references that were actually sought for. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Quadri. I think there is someone who wants to address you a question. Professor Lazaroiu, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Professor Uaisi. My question is whether in the case study you analyzed, you identified whether both or the financial staff has been monitored by artificial intelligence, or bank customers, for example, their sentiment has been analyzed by using AI.
Okay, Prof, thanks for that question. You see, the adoption of AI, let me start by saying the staff of the financial institution are not actually being they are not, most of them are not aware, they are not aware, as I've said, that is a new phenomenon in Nigerian banking industry or financial industry, that they are just coming up. As I've said, that some of the financial institutions I've been to, I discovered that majority of the financial institutions are yet to adopt AI to their routine of human resource management. And I think what they needed to do, and that is what I recommended, that there must be training and retraining, and especially awareness is actually the key. But my concern now is the ethical use, because I don't know, in AI usage, the ethical, quote and unquote, ethical usage is the problem that many people, not only in the financial institutions, are facing, even in academic world, they are facing the ethical use, because we cannot, at this juncture, we cannot say nobody is using AI. As Professor Wilfred also suggested, shared his what is it called, that in the Senate, that there are some people are saying they shouldn't use artificial intelligence, some people are saying they should use artificial intelligence, and as it is, there's no doubt that AI has come to stay in academia, but the problem is the ethical use. And Prof, you can actually bear me witness that for you to use this AI, for you to have the ethical use of AI, definitely you must undergo some training. And also in adopting AI, you must actually know the pros and cons of AI, because not everything in AI are also good for us to actually embrace. Yeah, thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Professor Quadri.
Yeah.
And now I have seen another colleague of yours, Dr. Oluchukwu Anowar. Is he here? Dr. Quadri, please stop your presentation. Dr. Quadri, can you hear me? Please stop your presentation from the desktop. Thank you. And now Professor or Dr. Anowar, Oluchukwu, can you hear us? Because I could see him here, Professor or Dr. Oluchukwu, Anowar, can you hear us? Great. We can see you. Please, your phone, Professor Oluchukwu. We cannot hear you. Your phone, your microphone.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Great. Hello.
Okay. Yes.
Now we can see you, we can hear you. Now you can put your presentation if you have one. If you do not have one, you can just talk.
Okay, it will be difficult for me to set it up. Maybe I don't have it here because I'm using my phone. So please just please need to go with me. If I can make my presentation, I hope you have a copy of it as well. A copy of my presentation. Okay, I'm Oluchukwu Anowar, and the supervisor is Professor Wilfred Ikere. I share same post with Dr. Quadri, the person who just presented, now. And I work with the man who just finished presentation. That's the Quadri. I share same post with him. So from the College of Business and Economics, University of Johannesburg. Then my work the topic is health capital, labor dynamics, and agricultural performance in West Africa. So the motivation behind this work is that if you come to West Africa, they have arable land and untapped potential. Besides the raw materials, like the natural materials, we talk about minerals like crude oil, steel, gold, and other things, and limestone as well. But we're looking at agriculture. Why agriculture? Is because the agriculture is the backbone of West African economy. Like most persons in West Africa, they are engaged in agriculture because it helps to support the livelihood, contributes substantially to the GDP, and it remains the central food security across the region. If you check data from the African Development Bank, Food and Agricultural Organization, and other sources, you agree with me that most places in West Africa, about 60% of the West African population, are engaged in agriculture. But the challenge you have is that they are in subsistence agriculture. They are in subsistence agriculture that is just for immediate consumption, not for commercial purpose. And this kind of number, if we're able to find a way to even improve the agricultural productivity, I think the world will benefit from the sector. So despite this centrality of agriculture in the West African region, the sector faces chronic productivity constraints. Just as I said, they are kind of subsistency. The subsistence agriculture that is happening. So we have because of limited capital and the technological gap. There's technological gap, just like my peers have said about the artificial intelligence and robotic engineering and the rest of it. So another challenge you have is this systemic health deficit. When you look at the mortality rates and the mobility rates within the West African region, you can say that they limit the output of agriculture within the region. And we look at infant mortality, it's very high compared to the other regions of the world. And life expectancy is also very low. And with the weaknesses in the health system, because we're looking at the health system within this region, how has it help to build their agricultural productivity within the region. So the health system translates to absenteeism. People will skip work because they are weak, so maybe they are sick, so they will go to farm or even take or even develop models that can help to increase agricultural productivity. And it will reduce their physical stamina, caregiving burden, and low absorption of productivity. So while we are looking at health capital, because we have the human capital, and the human capital variables majorly are education and health. So we want to look at the health particularly. So how the health sector has helped to could the health sector help to improve agricultural productivity within this region. So understanding health capital interacts with labor dynamics, how it interacts with labor dynamics, and capital investment is therefore essential to designing interventions that raise agricultural productivity and foster inclusive growth. So my host was talking about inclusivity. So how do we get this inclusive growth? Can we look at the health capital? Even though we have human capital, health as a part of is an important variable of human capital. So, and can we combine it with labor dynamics and the capital investment? How can we be able to get this increased output if we look at this sector? Then the problem and the research gap we have is that the existing literature in West Africa are largely on land inputs. We're looking at most of the work we have before now. I'm talking about land and climate determinants. People are looking at climate change. Like in Nigeria, we're looking at, they say that why there is a conflict is because of the climate change. That the headers are moving southward because they feel that the desertification is coming from the north. So most of the work are concentrating on that. We don't have much of work that talks about the health capital and the labor dynamics and capital investment as well. So it is a kind of homogeneous. Thereby looking, they overlook how health status, we start with that health output, which we talk about life expectancy, mortality rate, how health status and labor dynamics jointly contributes or condition productivity. Then the region-wide panel studies that integrate multiple health causes like life expectancy, infant mortality rates, health expenditure, with labor indicators and capital formation over long span are very rare. Consequently, policymakers lack rigorously identify region-specific evidence on whether investment in health yield measurable agricultural returns, and how this return may vary with labor allocation and capital intensity. This study addresses the gap by leveraging on long unbalanced panel. The panel comprised of spread over from 1985 to 2023, across the 16 West African countries, applying econometric methods that account for endogeneity and country heterogeneity. So the objective of the study, the primary objective of the study, we are looking at quantifying the effects of health capital indicators like life expectancy, infant mortality rates, and health expenditure on agricultural output. Then another objective we look at in this work, which is the second objective, we need to examine how labor force participation and gross fixed capital formation, which is the proxy for investment, domestic investment, mediate this relationship between health and output. Then the third is to provide policy guidance for integrated health and agricultural investment. Then what are the questions? How large and in what direction are the effects of life expectancy, infant mortality, and health expenditure on agricultural productivity? How large it is, and how narrow it is as well. Then the second one is that do labor market conditions amplify or attenuate these effects? Then the number three is what role does capital formation play as a complement to health-driven productivity gains? The answers to these questions we raise above aim to inform targeted policy interventions that jointly enhance human and physical capital to deliver sustained agricultural gain. Then when we look at the theories, we look at the principal framework, we build on human capital theory, you know about Gary Becker 1964, and we look at Grossman's health capital model, Grossman 1973. These two models, they look at health as an investment. That health is an investment, that if you are healthy and you make yourself to be healthy, there is chances that you should be productive, and it should help to grow the economy. Then another model theory we look at is the endogenous growth model. Talk about Lucas, Roma, and then some other endogenous theories. This endogenous theory is saying that it is a kind of deviation, it departs from the neoclassical economy, in the sense that the contribution they have to the production function is the technology. And they look at technology as independent of the production function, that's how the production function. But this model, this framework, indigenous technology, that technology is not independent of labor. That yes, labor is a factor of production, but the qualities of labor is going to talk about human capital. And one of the qualities of labor is must be healthy for you to be productive. And another thing we are going to talk about education, because it's part of human capital as well. But in this work, we concentrate on the health sector, health as variable of human capital. So that if you are able to get all this, the productivity is likely going to increase. The operationally will augment the Douglas production function to include health, that which is health capital. When we talk about health capital, our health capital is life expectancy, mortality rate, and then health expenditure. So we talk about level dynamics. So the variable we use to capture level dynamics is labor force across the West African region. Then we talk about gross fixed capital formation, allowing the estimation of both direct and interaction effects. Then the data and methodology. As I said before, we use panel data across the 16 West African countries, and I've explained the variables we use. Agricultural value, or value added. Agricultural value added as independent variable. There are other variables of interest. We have the life expectancy, as I explained, and then infant mortality, 1,000 deaths, life deaths. Then we have total health expenditure as a percentage of GDP. We now have labor force participation rates, then gross fixed capital formation. The estimation technique we have employed is the panel two-stage least square. We use this panel two-stage least square to correct exogenity, because there is a kind of feedback between agriculture and health expenditure. So if we spend on agriculture, it's going to increase health expenditure. Like if you improve productivity in agriculture, you increase the nutritional value of labor. Then at the same time, labor will also, if you have a quality labor force, it's going to increase agricultural productivity as well. So that's why we use two-stage least square, because of the feedback between these two. The instrument is based on theory and tested by relevance. Diagnostic include the other RTEs and the consumer and the rest of it. Then we'll check the seasonality. We use the panel Johansson Fisher, and we check a robust test and the random test as well, because it's a panel work. We check whether it is this effect or other effects. Then in descriptive statistics, it shows how the data how balanced they are. So we find out that health indicators show severe disparity. Like infant mortality rate is very high. The mean, particularly, is about 81.28. The life expectancy is very low. We have 54.3% life expectancy in the West African region, indicating weak human capital and limited labor productivity across the region, the sub-region. Then when we talk about the investment, which is gross fiscal capital formation, as I explained earlier, the outputs remain modest, because the agricultural output and the gross fiscal capital formation are moderate. While health capital is chronically low, it has a 5.86 mean. Large variation in mortality and life expectancy contrasts with stable labor force figures we have. So strong heterogeneity across countries. Like there's wide range in health outcome. Like you look at, because in Nigeria, I have health outcome in Nigeria, life expectancy 54. You go to some other country, you see 48. So there's a wide disparity. So suggesting that uneven health capital and investment patterns are across that region. Like if they don't have equal or there's a disparity between countries. Burkina Faso has a lower health index than that of Nigeria. Then some other, if you compare to some other countries as well. Then our empirical findings, fiscal capital, that's only if you now look at our two-stage list here. The fiscal capital, which is the gross fiscal capital formation, has positive and particularly significant long-run association with agricultural output. Consistent with capital deepening, improving mechanization, irrigation, and storage. So there is a hope if we improve on this. Then total health expenditure is due to positive and significant effects, supporting the consumption of health as productive capital that reduces illness related to work losses. Then infant mortality negatively affects agricultural performance, pointing to intergenerational human capital transmission and nutritional health pathway that shape future level quality. So counterintuitive results. Life expectancy shows a negative coefficient in the long run, possibly reflecting compositional effects. That is, which we talk about aging, chronic morbidity, or instrumental issues that warrant country-specific diagnosis. The labor force participation display a negative sign consistent with widespread underemployment. There is underemployment when it comes to West African region and seasonal work pattern because of this agricultural activity goes with season. Like during the dry season, we have two major seasons in West Africa, which is dry season and rainy season. So when the rainy season is about to start, we cultivate and allow the rain to fall. When we have the other season, we don't cultivate within the dry season. That is harvest time. So the work pattern changes. So we don't have a full cycle of work pattern. So sometimes you have unemployment, and sometimes you may have unemployment. So it has to do with the kind of skill you have. So there's a skill mismatch that will need productivity use of labor. Then policy implications. When it comes to policy implication, integrated rural health services with agricultural intervention, coordinates health clinic, mobile health outreach, and agricultural extension to reduce sick days and raise capacity for adopting new technologies. Then prioritize interventions that directly reduce infants and maternal mortality. So interventions we're looking at is like vaccination. We may start from from conception to a particular age. The nutritional program, have a program, advise people on what to consume. Like I observe, this is a personal observation. Many people within that region, they consume carbohydrates and they don't have that balanced diet. It affects health outcome. Then maternal care as well. We look at maternal mortality rate or the other things that happen with after death and the rest of it. Then to secure a long-run work, if we can be able to do that, we secure a long-term level quality gain. We are able to achieve this threshold. nutritional program and maternal care. Then we are looking at we need to facilitate capital access for small holders. How do we do that? Targeted finance, we target the finance. There are some targeted areas that we need to discuss. Then public-private partnership for mechanization services. Then investment in irrigation and storage to translate health gain into output. Then another thing we need to look at is address labor underutilization through targeted skill training, seasonally adopting employment skills and incentives for higher value crop adoption to absorb labor productivity. Then we need to look at country-specific diagnostics, like where life expectancy increases do not align with productivity gain. When you have higher life expectancy, but productivity has not increased over time. You need to look at it. Why? Life expectancy has increased. Why don't we have productivity gain? Then investigate mobility composition. Then aging effect and health services. Then if we come to our conclusion and the way forward, what is the conclusion? Across the countries, distinct countries of West Africa, we find that health expenditure and physical capital are robust levers for improving agricultural output, while infant mortality and labor underutilization constrain performance. Then another one is that some counterintuitive coefficients highlight the need for granular follow-up studies, like disaggregate by age group. You can spread the age group, examine chronic mobility burden, and use household level survey to trace micro channels. Then policy implication. The policy prescription, The policy prescription, we look at coordinated investments in health. The countries within this region should think about that. And capital formation and labor activity will deliver the most sustained agricultural productivity gain and improve food security. Then what is the way forward? Here I call it next forward for research. Next forward for research, we have a country level case study to interpret life expectancy findings. That is one. Second thing we are looking at, we want as a next step for research is micro data validation using household survey. Then another one is the impact evaluation of integrated health and agricultural programs. And I think future research can concentrate on this. I can't do everything at once, one after another. Thank you so much for your time. And I really appreciate the conference, and I've learned so much. I've been listening all the while. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think that Professor George Lazaroiu wants to address your questions. Please, George, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Professor Anovor. My question is whether the labor dynamics has been influenced by the integration of new technologies for agricultural performance. I mean, for example, the Internet of Drones, or perhaps digital twin, or extended reality, or some other technologies.
Okay. Now, like if we expand this to, if we have an education variable, like we are looking at the function in technology, and as well help to improve the productivity. Yes, that is true. Even when you look at my motivation, I'm talk about technological gap. The technology gap also contributed to release the productivity. So in the human capital variable, if someone have all the skills in the world and they are not healthy enough to use those skills, they will not be productive. So that was why we worried much about the health capital. Have all the skills, but these skills, you are not healthy enough, you don't have the vitality, you don't have the energy, you don't have the stamina to make use of them. is the challenge. So we think that if we're able to tackle this health-related human capital, then the person will be strong enough, and if you have the right nutrition, the learning speed will be faster than when it is lower, and when you don't have any speed, and when you don't have any when you don't have enough nutrition. So that was the reason we did not go into look at go deeper into looking at technological inputs into agricultural outputs. Don't know if I've answered the question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Professor. And we are really great having you here. And now we have here also Professor Elisa Petrova, from a great friend of us from Bulgaria, from Velika Târnă University. Elisa, can you hear us?
Yes. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be together again. Thank you, Elena. And because maybe we all are a little bit tired. Now I must be short. So I will present. Now I will share the screen.
Great. Professor Elisa Petrova and co-authored her paper with Professor Ivan Malamov. They are professors of Vasilevsky National Military University from Velika Târnă, Bulgaria. And their paper is talking about an empirical study of the understanding of basic management phenomena based on an example of military formations in the Republic of Bulgaria. Elisa, please share all your screen. Put it again.
Yes,
share it with us again.
Yes, I give permission. Sharing.
Take your time.
But now it is good?
Or
no?
Not yet. I think that you have one more thing to do. Share all your screen, I think. You have to push another button. One more.
Okay.
Alexandra, you will be the next one.
Thank you, dear professor.
Thank you for being with us. Elisa, just take your time. Do not worry, we have time.
Okay, maybe only...
yes, great, Elisa. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, dear colleagues, my study is very different from the topics connected with
yes, we know, but it's very interesting as usual.
Sorry about this. It is a study which is connected with management phenomena. It is connected with perception of management, leadership, and command and control phenomena in the typical military formation in the Republic of Bulgaria. And it is also connected to it gathering on the field, literally on the field, questionnaires, and it is connected with very, very long procedure with, for example, I do not, if you can see here different, okay. You can see here, maybe you can see different orders, different permissions given for the commanding from special forces, given from permissions from land forces, given from logistics formation and it took a very long time. At the first part of my of course, our paper, because it is between me and Brigadier General Ivan Malamov. we talk about this phenomena, these three phenomena: management and how to manage, how to command, leadership also, and get information through the Oxford Dictionary, Cambridge Dictionary, Merriam-Webster, Collins Dictionary, and do some etymology analysis. And then we do this study literally on the field, because it is very, very difficult to enter in one military formation. And maybe because of this administrative procedure, the respondents are only, maybe it seems small sample, but it is enough sample. 160 respondents. We try to gather different answers from different groups. And I think that it will be good to have answers from soldiers, from surgeons, from officers about their perception of this phenomena, management, leadership, and command and control phenomena. And not only about their perception, but about their knowledge about this phenomena, and about their practice, how practice the skills and knowledge about this phenomena. Because of this administrative procedure, it takes a long time to get this information. But first of all, I think that we will have significant difference only between different groups with different ranks. So between surgeons, soldiers, and officers in their answer. But it is not only this, because we have here different military formation. For example, it is a logistics formation, it is technical formation, typical land forces formation we have, and we have also the formation from special forces. And how they answer, for example, about management. What is it? Management? Management is carrying out and exercises management activities, possessing specific managerial qualities, knowledge, skills, abilities, and experience. And it is good. It is normal. It is as our scientific knowledge about management. But here they show different answers. For example, they talk about power and control, and setting tasks and giving orders. And it is typical about military formation and military men. So they mix managerial phenomena with command and control phenomena. And it is not good, in fact. For example, they have some answer, for example, for leadership. What is it? I put open question. So they not choose something, 1, 2, 3, 4, but they must write their own opinion. So, for example, leadership is skill, ability to make others believe and follow you, to inspire, a person who stands out from others with his qualities. For example, you can see his qualities. Okay, it is very delicate question here, because in the army, the women are not very welcome. So we can say that, in fact, it is his qualities, not hers or his, together. But typical, it is typical that and the high position, we have no women in army. Maybe they are welcome only in some logistics units, so some accounting questions to do, but it is not normal for the army. to have many women in the high position. So to be back at the leadership, leading by example, possessing a set of social skills, a set of skills one possessed to influence others and motivate them to achieve a given goal. So maybe a very good answer about leadership, and they distinguish very well this phenomenon from the others. And what about command and control? Again, the command is the power given to a particular structure to direct, coordinate, and manage, issuing orders, setting tasks in accordance with legal and ethical norms, fair and meaningful management combined with concern for subordinates and other. And what was typical here? The typical here is that the fourth military formation gave a very different answer from the first, the second, and the third. This formation, which is connected with special forces, and I answer myself why this formation is very difficult from another, and try to increase this, of course, to increase this study with gathering answer about problems in common stuff. So how personal see the common stuff, and the first three formation give very many problems, and only the fourth say there is no problem, or if there is one problem, it is not connected with management or with common stuff, but with a lack of a new machines, military instruments, military tools. And the first three of formation give many problems with common stuff. For example, the lack of managerial skills, knowledge, and competence, the usage of authoritarian style of management, very poor communication and disinformation, conflict of interest, big volume of administrative tasks, very poor organization of work tasks, and so my conclusion of this is that not only statistical significant difference are between different rank, but also the perception of this management connected phenomena, and not only perception, but practicing them is very connected with the skills of common staff, with the methods and style of how to manage people in this military formation, because everything is good in the military formation for connected with special forces, and then the atmosphere is very different, and the situation is very different from the other. Thank you very much for your attention. I think that
thank you, my dear Elisa. Very interesting presentation. I don't know, there is someone who wants to address a question to Professor Elisa Petrova, because we are not so technically as you are, Professor Lazaroiu, maybe, I don't know. Elisa, please stop your presentation from the screen.
Yes.
Thank you, my dear.
Thank you.
Yes, only just for the sake of discussion, if you have inspected the use, as you seem to be focused on such military topics, if you thought of considering the use of AI drones in the army, perhaps as some sort of hot topics.
Just asking you.
Yes. In fact, it is very important topic, and we try to include AI in our work. For example, but not only as teachers, but as military men and women, because the AI is connected with some innovation in military machines. So not only in this, but in cybersecurity and even in intelligence. So yes, it have a very, very big place in the military issues.
Yes, for example, there is a hot topic, the internet of military drones. That is autonomous drones operating in the army and having decisions on their own in terms of what to avoid. For example, to avoid the block of flats, but to go directly to some sort of military barracks or military strategic unit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Elisa, and thank you for being with us until this late hour. And now, please prepare Professor Alexandra Radu. Professor Alexandra is coming from Institutul Salerno, Italy, and is coming with an interesting paper about occupational therapy as a framework for intercultural collaboration, proculturalization and adaptive communication in multinational teams. If you're ready, when you're ready, Alexandra, please proceed.
Thank you, dear professor. I want to thank you all organizer for this opportunity, for this great opportunity to exchange opinions and ideas. Thank you for inviting me as keynote speaker. Thank you for understanding me that I had a radio intervention and I had to entry later than the schedule of the agenda provide. Thank you all. I will try to share my screen. First of all, I hope to see my.
Yes, it's great. Thank you. We can see it.
Yes, this is my my presentation is about occupational therapy that is known traditionally for rehabilitation and inclusion, but offer a powerful conceptual bridge for understanding intercultural collaboration in today's globalized work environments. In multinational and hybrid teams, we know that collaboration often unfolds across multiple cultural, linguistic, and technological borders. These settings generate challenges related to identity adaptation, communication barriers, uncertainty, and emotional strain. At the same time, organizations increasingly rely on AI-assisted collaboration tools, which improve efficiency but cannot fully support the symbolic, embodied, and relational dimensions of human communications. That's why this project brings together three areas rarely connected, but that I included in my doctoral research: occupational therapy, proculturation theory that I explain later,
and organizational communication in AI-supported teamwork. The core idea of the paper, my paper, is the intercultural communication that is not a simply information exchange, but it is an occupational act, a structured, meaningful, and embodied activity. These are the core idea of my paper. And this is the research context. My idea is that communication involves planning, action, reflection, emotional regulation, coordination with others. And this creates opportunities to design communication in ways that support identity, negotiations, reduce anxiety, and strengthen team cohesion, especially in multicultural environments. Why I choose occupational therapy? Because this area provides tools for reconstructing identity during transitions, expressing meaning through multimodal channels, verbal, non-verbal, symbolic, visual, and so on, regulating emotions, environments to enhance participation. In professional settings, occupational therapy methods such as narrative drawing, collaborative mapping, role-based simulation, or creative storytelling help team members to articulate cultural assumption, clarify expectation, and build trust, because trust is about me the core of this concept. These are some adaptive functions in team that I choose to illustrate in my work. Why I choose proculturation theory? Maybe, I don't know, but it could be a new concept for some of us. Proculturation is a concept that implemented by Georgian professor Gamsa Kurdia, that I included also in my doctoral research, because I consider that this concept is very, very actual and practically. Proculturation is the dynamic process of integrating new cultural meanings while preserving one's identity core. It emphasizes negotiation, reinterpretation, and selective incorporation of cultural elements. In multinational teams, individuals face simultaneous pressures that pressure to adapt quickly and need to maintain personal and cultural coherence. That's why occupational therapy activities act as transitional spaces where cultural meanings can be explored safely and creatively. This helps prevent cultural withdrawal or identity fragmentation about me. Let's take a look to this integrative model. My work proposes a model linking to occupational therapy, multimodal expression, emotional regulation, and collaborative tasks. Proculturation, that I just said, that is a cultural meaning-making identity negotiation, and cross-border collaboration, let's say hybrid work, multicultural dynamics, AI-mediated communication. This is a model that I created for my research to illustrate that I just say. The intersection of three dynamics forms what I call adaptive intercultural communication and occupational co-construction. I called in my work. What was the methodology? The study follows a conceptual integrative methodology, reviewing, of course, the literature across occupational therapy, cultural psychology, and organizational communication. Identify a shared mechanism, realize synthesis into a transdisciplinary model, and translating the insight into practical implications for multinational teams. Let's talk about key findings. My first key finding was that communication is an occupational act. Teams communicate more effectively when communication is embedded in meaningful structured activities. Base activities engagement helps externalize ideas, overcome linguistic barriers, build empathy, reduce anxiety, and strengthen cohesion. The second part of my findings was that identity negotiation in hybrid work is help individuals to navigate through proculturative tensions and maintain psychological stability in cross-cultural transitions. And that a human-centered AI design is support efficiency, lacks symbolic and affective intelligence. What are the implications, the practical applications of these concepts? Organizations can use occupational therapy through strategies, include this activity through their strategies, create a psychological safety in multinational teams, because it supported these teams, the function of these teams, support new employees in navigating cultural adaptation, design AI systems that respect human meaning making, and improve long-term cohesion and trust across borders. All this creates more sustainable, inclusive, and emotionally healthy multinational teams. In conclusion, the paper reframes intercultural collaboration not as a problem of information transfer, but as a process of co-constructing meaning through occupation. By integrating occupational therapy, proculturation, and AI-supported teamwork, we will gain a richer understanding of identity negotiation, more effective tools for collaboration, and new opportunity for designing human-centered digital environments. These are some references that I use for this work, and thank you all for attention.
Thank you so much, my dear Alexandra. I think that Professor George Lazarou wants to address your question.
Of course.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is whether, in terms of occupational therapy, artificial intelligence can be relevant. For example, artificial Internet of Things, by integrating sensors and the actuators, can monitor a person and thus collect a lot of data with regards to sentiment, attitudes, behavior, and then the collection of accumulated data can be subsequently interpreted. In my opinion, this might be a truer way of interpreting someone than simply analyzing a patient in terms of health data or self-reporting data.
Yes, it can help integrating AI elements in this process. But about me, this integration creates a lot of ethic problems and emotional problems. We have to stay to pay attention to how integrated these elements and these instruments in these tools in this process. That's why occupational therapy could help to understand the needs of the person and to correct, integrate the new tools, the AI tools in our activity, in this activity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear professor. Thank you.
Thank you also, Alexandra. And now there is anyone else who wants to address a question or who wants to say something at the end of this first day of our conference. If not, I have a few words for all of you. Thank you, all of you. Professor Epure, please proceed.
So, sorry, Elena, I just want to be very concise at the end of a very fruitful day, I may say. So I was from the starting point until now, and I realized that the interest for AI in many industries is really vivid. I mean, we have seen nice papers, very hard working people and enthusiastic as well. So I'm really pleased that I have been part of this event, and I would like to wish you all good luck in your endeavors, and let's have a nice perspective next year on a very interesting topics of today's world. So thank you very much, Elena. I would like to thank you in particular to the organizing team that make it possible. So thank you very much and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Professor Epure. And now a few words for all of us. Honored keynote speaker, dear colleagues, partners, and students. As we conclude this rich and inspiring plenary session, as Professor Epure said, it's an honor for us, and it briefly reflects on the key insights, perspectives, and lessons that emerged today from the impressive area of scientific contributions. Throughout the day, we had the privilege of listening more than, I think, 21 international keynote speakers and 4 Romanian keynote speakers, representing a lot of universities around the globe, as we could see. Overarching themes and final reflections, let's say, across all these presentations, several powerful themes emerged as AI is no longer a tool but a strategic ecosystems like ethics, trust, and responsible innovation must guide AI development as strongly as technical advancement. Human capital remains at the center of the AI revolution. Global collaboration is also very essential in a world where AI transcends borders, cultures, and we could see economic systems. And very important, we could see today this interdisciplinary integration. Closing, we can say, dear colleagues, that today's scientific exchange has shown that AI is not simply shaping the future, it's shaping the present. And we as researchers, as professors, as educators have the responsibility to guide its evolution with the wisdom, with the integrity, and with vision. I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you, the speakers, professors who put their presentations here and talk very, very nice and consistent. And thank you for all your dedication, for your insights, for your remarkable contributions. I warmly encourage you to come to discussions to our next ICESBA, I think maybe in 2 years, ICESBA 2027. Thank you, and I wish you now a productive and inspiring continuation of the conference for tomorrow, also because we're going to have another speakers tomorrow. So we'll see together again, maybe just one of us tomorrow at 10 o'clock on the same link. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you all. Bye. Have a nice evening. If someone wants to address a few questions also. Georgia?
It seems that we have more keynote speakers than initially indicated on our Facebook page, and even after the end of the conference, we'll keep on adding keynote speakers on the conference website. Well. I think that by having a lot of keynote speakers, almost 70 from so many countries, our conference justifies itself as an important event, a real international event, not only as some people claim that their workshops or symposia are international, but I think that our event is in itself international by integrating so many scholars from so many universities and countries.
Thank you, George. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening. Thank you. Bye. See you tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Bye, Elena. Bye, colleagues.
Vă mulțumesc din suflet. Chiar vă mulțumesc. Thank you so much.
Mulțumim, Elena. Toate bune. La revedere.
Cu drag. La revedere. Bye.